Peace, and black power, everybody. I want to send your attention over to the live chat. Please take a moment to check out the link in the description. It is the link to the new channel for this show, Atheist Church Live. I know y'all used to watching it on this channel, but this show does have a home of its own, and it's about time we treat it like such. So I want to encourage everybody to go over and watch the show on Atheist Church Live. It's the same exact stream as this show. You're not going to miss anything, and that link is in the live chat. So if you're not subscribed to Atheist Church Live, please do so, because in about 4 weeks, starting in September, we will no longer be streaming this show on this channel. I repeat, in about 4 weeks, we will no longer be streaming this show on this channel. We're still going to do the show. Ain't nothing going to stop. We're just going to show it on the Atheist Church Live channel instead of the Quilly Kush channel. So if you enjoyed watching the show, make sure you go over there and subscribe. And without any further ado, we're going to begin the show.
When you believe in things that you don't understand, then you suffer. Superstition is the way.
Welcome to the New Atheist Experience. We are live with Kweli Kush and Kwame Remesu. This is the show that strives to educate, inform, and grow our community by promoting reading, critical thinking, and secular humanism as a replacement for the heavily biblical worldview that has halted the growth of our people for over 2,000 years. It is the lack of scientific literacy, logic, reasoning, and critical thinking in our community that produces a public that is more susceptible to trickery, scams, and cons. Not only does religion make one less likely to value reality, but it also produces many of the ills of our society: racism, prejudice, and various superstitious beliefs. On this show, we encourage people to question their beliefs and their origins and how religious thought patterns affect our behavior. You can listen to this show as a podcast on whatever platform you listen to podcasts on. You can also watch us live on YouTube every Sunday. We also have other shows on our channel, so if you like this show, you might want to check those out as well. We have a science podcast called Shout Out Electron and an investigative podcast called New Thugs. Those links are in the description below. If you love this content, why not consider making a contribution to help us grow our platform and reach more people? Your contribution will help us pay for various monthly subscriptions and equipment costs needed to produce this content. You can make a one-time, monthly, or annual contribution directly at our website, qualitykush.com. Every dollar helps us out, so don't hesitate to show your support. If you would love to contribute but you cannot contribute financially, you can still help out the show by clicking the like button, sharing this content on your social media, or by visiting the website qualitykush.com. Your engagement helps us rank better and thus reach more people. Check the description below for all of these links. Now, for all my Bible readers out there, for all my Quran readers out there, you've been reading the same book for generations and you still have not found liberation for our people. How much better would our community be if instead of reading the same book every Sunday over and over again, we read a different book every Sunday? Imagine that. If the preacher read a different book to the congregation every Sunday instead of the same book over and over again, how much smarter would the congregation be? Well, church, at qualitykush.com, we read a different book to you every single day. For free. You don't have to read the books yourself anymore. I read them to you, and all you have to do is listen. You no longer have an excuse not to read books, because I know a lot of y'all like to say that you don't have time or you can't sit still. Well, now you can listen to books anytime, anywhere. Make sure you subscribe so you don't miss out on these free audiobooks. And if you don't prefer the books that I choose to read, you can get 2 free audiobooks of your choice when you sign up for a free trial with Audible. That link is also in the description, or you can go to qualitykush.com and click the audiobooks tab. So make sure you share this content on your social media and help us grow our platform and help wake these people up. And without further ado, we're going to begin the show. You are listening to the New Atheist Experience.
Hey, did you know Amazon had a website for black businesses? That's right, blackownedamazon.com. If you're black, show you're black. Shop black. Every single product on blackownedamazon.com is from a black owned business. And not only that, when you buy from blackownedamazon.com, Amazon will donate a portion of your total purchase to assist new black owned businesses. So if you're black, show you're black. Shop black. blackownedamazon.com. Be sure to bookmark this website so that you never forget to shop at blackownedamazon.com. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the show. I want to thank everybody for tuning in. You are listening to Atheist Church Live, formerly known as the New Atheist Experience. It is not the first show, but the first show under the new name. So, welcome to our new show, the Atheist Church Live. You are live with Kweli Kush and Kwame Remesu. And I want to remind you that this is a live call-in show, people. So, feel free to call the number on the bottom of the screen and you can participate in the show, ask questions, and you can tell us what you believe and why, and we can hopefully get to the truth of the matter here. Obviously, I myself am an atheist. I'm what you call a Gnostic atheist. That means I actually make the proclaim that there is no creator or God or whatever imaginary thing that you believe is outer space. They might have made the universe. I don't believe in it. So there's also other types of atheists, but we'll get into all of that later. The title of tonight's episode is God's Plan. And basically, we want to ask the people, what's the point of praying if God has a plan already? Or what's the point of praying if we have free will? Does our prayer override God's will? How does that work in your belief system? Call in and let us know, because it's something that I think pretty much proves, if you think about it logically, that the God that you believe in probably does not exist. You cannot know everything and know the future and still be influenced by the prayers of men and women and change your mind. That means you know that you're going to change your mind. That doesn't make any sense if you already knew everything in the future. So either God that you believe in or that has been proposed in Christianity and most other religions does not exist, or the attributes of that God are drastically different than what has been presented. Okay, so at the risk of seeming very simple, essentially many of you believers think that the trials and tribulations of earthly life will be wiped out by eternal bliss in the hereafter. Here's my issue. Why do some of us have to suffer while others don't have to suffer as much? Some people suffer terrible amounts just to earn the same prize in the end as those who suffer comparably little. Some people are born with a silver spoon in their mouth. Some people are simply sexually molested or something like that before they turn even a year old. So why does a baby who has a sick drunk uncle visit her at her crib while her parents aren't watching, has to go through the horrendous suffering while others don't? I say the baby got a raw deal, which leads me to conclude that either God's plan is nothing but rationalization or something that people say to make their difficulty in dealing with suffering in God unfair so that they can cope. Since I don't actually believe in God exists, my true opinion is that the matter is a rationalization, but it's a selfish and cruel one, to say the least. Now, if you don't think so, you can go visit a rape clinic and explain to the victims themselves that God chose for this to be this way, and that they should be lucky and thankful that they played a role in God's plan. I mean, am I wrong? Am I wrong?
Kwame Ramesu, brother Kwame, are you in the building, sir?
Black African Power, what it do, fam? How y'all doing tonight?
Peace and black power, man. I'm good, bro. Look like we got a few people in the
Yeah,
chat, man. So what's up, everybody? We want to thank y'all for coming through the Atheist Church Live.
Oh yeah, we have a church today. In a church.
Right.
What the preacher say? We said church. You don't say church, you say church.
But yeah, man, I just was asking the people why pray.
You know, I talked to Shay. Yeah, I talked to Shay earlier today, and I asked her. I said, could you be a good person if there was no such thing as a religion or a God belief? Could you still be a good person? She went on a whole different tangent. She didn't answer my question, none of that shit. Then she blocked me on Messenger because the question was too tough. So that lets me know if you're a Christian, you are incapable of being a good person with good morals and empathy. You know what I'm saying? Because of what you know now. But if there was no, and the reason why I ask Christians this question, or people that believe in Christianity, Judaism, or Islam, or whatever, I ask them this question just as you know, in a way to get them to like, hey, where did my morality really come from? Did it come from my upbringing, or did it come from that Bible? Because as a person grows up, they're being taught about God, but their morality comes from their upbringing. See, that's the thing that they're missing. Your morality, a person don't teach you. I know for me, growing up in Christianity, my morality did not come from the Bible. It came from my upbringing. You know what I'm saying? It didn't come from a book. Now, if every Christian, like my grandmother, my grandfather didn't believe in it, but my mom and all this other shit, if they saw the morality in the Bible, they probably wouldn't be Christians if they actually read the fucking book. Now, let's talk about God's plan. Quayle, could you pull up Ephesians 1:11, please?
Ephesians 1:11.
Yeah.
All right, let me see.
What's up, DSA?
Ephesians 1:11 says, furthermore, because we are united with Christ, we have received an inheritance from God, for he chose us in advance and he makes everything work out according to his plan.
So that's why I want to ask Christians, are we more powerful than God to change his plan? I want a Christian to call me out and call us up and say yes, or we have a choice to choose God's plan. So that means if God just put a plan out there and say, okay, you choose this plan or that plan, so that means he has two plans for you. He has a plan for you on the wrong path or the right path. And you choose whatever plan. I don't think that's how your God works. Because you can't pray like somebody about to get hit by a train in your family. You can't pray that they don't get hit by a train, if that's what God's plan is.
According to
you know
the
what I'm saying?
Christians, you
Or
can.
vice versa.
According to the Christians, you can, man. It's crazy because they make the craziest rationalizations for this stuff, right? So basically, their excuse is we have free will, so we got the will to pray, but God know everything at the same time. But I guess in their mind, they just can't understand that those are contradictory thoughts. You know what I'm saying? So they'll say on one hand that we got the free will, on the other hand they say God knows. So that means it's pointless. That means God sat back here a billion years ago and said that okay, so and so is going to pray that their mom gets cured from cancer. And I'm either going to heal that prayer as God. He's either going to answer that prayer, or he's not going to answer that prayer. But if you already know what's going to happen, and you know that this person is going to pray, that means this person does not have free will. It's already written a billion years ago, right?
Right.
All right, so I'm just making sure I'm not tripping, you know. So try to tell that to a Christian though.
They don't want no, just trying to tell it to a Christian man. They'll tap dance and they'll shift the burden to prove like she tried to shift the. Oh shit, my damn phone went out.
You good?
Oh, okay. Like she'll try to shift the burden of proof and say, "Well, who created everything?" I said, "We're not talking about creation. We're talking about if your God, if there was no such thing as a belief in a God or God's plan or anything, could you still be a good person?" And she just basically just started shifting the burden of proof and doing all this other shifting and stuff like that, victim blaming. But I asked her, I said, "Was it your God's plan?" This is the part that got her. I said, "Was it your God's plan for you to meet me?" And she said, "Yeah." I said, "How do you know that?" Because he's trying to turn you back to him. Through you? Okay. That's what I said, through you? Like, really? Yeah, right. I'm like that. What's that dude name? Dr. Evil? Yeah, right. Yeah, okay. God chose you to get me back to him. Good choice, God. Good job.
Yeah, that's the idiotic stuff that I hear from theists a lot. They'll say stuff like you say, was it God's plan for you to meet her, and you know you are atheist, so and she said yeah, because they believe stuff like they'll say stupid stuff like God's working through you, like God's using the atheist to to make a point for them or something. You know what I mean? So
Right.
again, that underlying truth. If that's true, then that means you don't have free will. But they'll say that you got free will, but God's working through you at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. Did God call you on the phone and say, "Hey, I need you to go talk to this nigga Kwame and Quayle, you know, so I need y'all to go talk to them for me," when I can actually do the shit myself, but I want to use humans so they'll actually blanket believe that I sent you to them. You know, so that's the funny part about this God character, man. Come on, man.
That's what it all boils
I'm gonna
down
make you
to, man.
blanket believe that I sent them to you.
These people want they want people to believe.
Yeah.
So that's what it all boils down to, man. They even say it like let me see what website this is. I had it pulled up earlier. Okay, it's homefaithfamily.com, right?
Right.
I'm gonna just read it because it's not that long. It's just like a paragraph. So why pray? Because we need prayer now more than ever. There are countless arguments against prayer and the why of even saying them. Some even argue that there's no purpose to prayer. Prayer doesn't prevent chaos from happening because the wicked acts still occur. I will argue otherwise. We need prayer more than anything in this world right now. Prayer coupled with faith opens up the floodgates to heaven's miracles in our lives and in the lives of others. When we take the time to pray, we acknowledge our dependence upon the Lord and His grace and mercy. We can't fight our battles without Him. We need Him more than ever. So basically, what they're saying on homefaithfamily.com is that when you pray, you basically affirming God that you on His team. And without that, again, like I said last week, God not gonna even fuck with you if you don't have faith and believe in Him. Even though He hasn't given you evidence enough to even have faith, you gotta have this blind faith, and that's what your prayer is supposed to do. It's supposed to let God know I'm still a sucker, I still believe in you. But let me keep on finish reading. It said, so when you find yourself questioning your desire to pray or your why, since God knows everything anyway, remember these few things. One, God doesn't need your prayers because He knows exactly what you need before you even ask. But we need Him in our lives so desperately. Now listen to this. Now they just said it right here. God don't need your prayers. This is coming from a Christian website. Number two, our prayers are proactive of faith on our part. We need to be willing to wrestle with our faith at God's footstools so we can come to say, Thy will be done. So basically, they're saying God don't need your prayers, but you need to pray because you're going to be doubting the stuff when the shit don't happen. So you need to affirm yourself through praying to keep your faith strong, to keep yourself delusional. That's what prayer is. That's what it says, bro. I just read it. That's exactly what it said.
That's basically what it is. That's all that what it is. So yeah, it's going to be kind of hard for Christians to come even ask that question. And like I said, even when I told Shay that, Shay talking about men, we always want to debate and we were disingenuous. I said, how is thought provoking disingenuous when we're trying to get you to think about your belief system? Somebody, you got to know a relationship. I said, look, that's religion. You're talking about having a relationship with somebody you never seen before. That's religion, and it's really weird. We haven't talked in weeks, but I'll be trying to invite her to the show. But what? She blocked me on Facebook. I can't message her. Like the last statement, I hate when people block you where you can't say shit. Like when you want to rebut, they'll block you when you know you got them. When you know you got them, they block you. And like I told her, I said, just come in and can you give us some insight on why God's plan is less powerful than your prayers. So I'm saying they make it seem like the prayers are less powerful than God. You know what I'm saying? And let's say, for instance, they want to pray to win the lottery, but God say no. So if God says no and you win the lottery through your prayers, then that means God had to change his mind. So your God is not all powerful if your God has to change his mind. Your God is a straight beta male or female or whatever. But if God has to change his mind, then he's not all powerful. You know what I'm saying? Therefore, not all knowing either.
Right.
But with this God being said to be all knowing and all powerful, you can't change his plans. A kid having cancer in the hospital, you can't pray that shit away without medical. If a child goes to the hospital and has cancer, and you pray that he's get healed, you want to thank God. But it wasn't God's plan; it was a damn medical assist. It was a medical assistance of the doctors, the medication. Like it did nothing. Like it's like this. What gets me, like, if somebody's on life support and they pray that he get off life support, and his body goes back into remission to where it works on its own. It was the medication. It was the life support system that did that. It wasn't God. It was a life support. Mm-hmm. Because they kept him on there long enough to try to see if he can breathe on his own. They was giving him medication. That's what trips me out about Christians. You want to believe that this God is real, but if somebody gets shot on the street, you can't pray him that he's healed. Like God's supposed to. I remember when this story in the Bible where God healed the blind man. I don't even remember that. Yeah, God healed the blind man and he touched his face and he could see again. But why this Jesus ain't touching people's faces until they can see again? It's still blind people. We still have facilities where they go and teach the blind. You know what I'm saying? And I'm sure those people that are I'm sure that those people that are blind, their parents are Christian. I'm certain of it. You know what I'm saying? And they can't pray their child's sight back. If that was the case, then there would be no need for a blind center. There would be no need for hospitals. There would be no need for police. There would be no need for security. There would be no need for nothing if this God was real. Oh, but the enemy, but the devil. Oh, so y'all want to blanket blame the devil when your God is the main reason why the devil was created. Not Ephesians, but Isaiah 45:11. Yeah, God created peace.
Crazy, it's psychological warfare, man. It's like, first of all, when you do the research, you'll understand it very clearly. It's a war. If you look at the Bible and the religion as a weapon, it makes a lot more sense, because what the real enemy has done is they've convinced their enemy that they're not an enemy, and they made up an imaginary character, a fictional character, and convinced you and all the people, not you personally, but the believers, that this character is the enemy. You know what I mean? This character that you never seen. If you ask somebody to describe the devil, they probably gonna say the nigga got horns and a ponytail and a pitchfork. Where you get that from? Where you get that image from? You know what I'm saying? And like that's why I asked homegirl the other day, Shay. I asked her. I said because she said something about the enemy. I said who is the enemy? You know what I'm saying? She said the devil. You know what I'm saying? That's not your enemy. That's not who's working against you out here in the world. You know what I mean? There are people that are working against you, and they ain't none of them red, ain't none of them coming from underground, ain't none of that shit. You know what I mean? They regular people like you and me. So you don't know who your real enemy is. How can you even fight back? First of all, that's why black people been getting their ass kicked for thousands of years because we forgot that we're in a war. First of all, and secondly, we forgot who the enemy was. We think the enemy is some imaginary person, and we forgot who got the power to save us. We think the savior is gonna come from outer space and get in a chariot and save us. You know what I'm saying? And the crazy part about that is the motherfucker that they waiting on to save them couldn't even save his damn self. His whole plan was to come here and lose. It don't make no damn sense. You know what I'm saying? So we just gotta wake up, man. We gotta wake the people up. So I think the question of why pray if we got free will or if God already knows the future, that's something that I ain't never heard a good answer to. You know what I mean? So even when you go to the prominent apologists, they give the most ridiculous answers like the one we just read. The most ridiculous responses that make no sense. They just say, okay, you praying to let God know that you got faith. But God already knows everything. So he know if you got the prayer, your prayer don't mean nothing. So it's like
because anytime they have to say that you letting God know something, I'm like, well, damn, I thought he already know. You made it. That's a good point. You letting God know that you love him. Shouldn't he already know that? You letting God know that you have faith in him. Shouldn't he already know that? Whether you have faith or not, true faith. Because I feel like a lot of these Christians are fake believers. Like they fake believe. You know what I'm saying? It went from make believe to fake believe. You know what I'm saying? And you know, it's like, well, let me believe just in case. I don't think God would know that I'm really true, that I'm really faking though. Nah.
Yeah, bro.
No, we don't know. We don't. It's out of fear, but we don't know if our woman faking them when we making love to our women. We don't know if she's faking. She's like, oh, we don't know if she's doing, but God should know, right? That we faking. You know what I'm saying? If God don't know we faking, then I see why he's single. Shit, you know what I'm saying? Shit.
Yeah,
That's just the reality
they
of
haven't
it.
thought that through yet. They think they can trick God into thinking that they are good believers. You know what I'm saying? And that's part of the mind fuck of the religion and shit. You're allowed to do a whole bunch of fucked up shit as long as you repent. You know what I mean?
That part, man. Yeah. But God probably set you up to do that shit. You know what I'm saying? So you can, because you can come ask for forgiveness. You know, that sounds like a megalomaniac.
It's all God's plan. That means like for some reason God had it in his plan for serial killers to be a thing. He sat back 1 billion years ago and he said, you know what? I'm gonna make one species and I'm gonna make a few of them psychopaths. And a few of them gonna go around raping and killing each other. Just a few of them, and to teach a lesson to the rest of them. Like, what type of God do you believe in? Where that's his, he's the creator of all of this stuff in the universe, but his best method to teach you a lesson is to create a Ted Bundy. You know
or create a John Wayne Gacy. You know what I'm saying? The cake dude. You know what I'm saying?
Or to have a child be, or to have a mother give birth to a dead baby in stillbirth. What lesson is possible from what lesson is how is that God's plan? What part of the plan is that? Oh well, God works in mysterious ways. You know what I'm saying? I think that was Ricky Gervais or one of them white comedians. He said, since God's so mysterious, next time I date a religious girl, she come home, I'm gonna be raping her mama, and she asks me what I'm doing. I'm gonna say, hey, I'm mysterious.
Damn. That's
That's what
crazy,
God's
man.
doing. God's doing a whole bunch of fucked up shit. He flooded the world. He doing all the shit. But if we ask questions, why? What's the point of that? They say, oh, you can't understand that. What? How did you come to that conclusion? If God's so mysterious that we can't understand Him, how do you know that God is too mysterious to understand?
Damn. Exactly. They always think they know what God knows, but they don't understand Him. Like, I mean, don't lead on
That's
the
what they
own.
saying. They
All right,
understand
wait a minute,
something
I'm
that you
confused.
can't understand. You can't understand it, but I understand that you can't understand it. That don't make no sense to me. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
that's why we got the
Hey,
atheist tension.
you know what? I wanna when I get my computer back, I'm gonna start creating them little sound effects. I'm gonna start like downloading Austin Powers, Doctor Evil. Right? Yeah. I'm gonna start like hitting that button, and when you can hear in the background, be like, right. You know. So,
Yeah, man. I want to see if we can bring somebody on
XJ.
who got some sounds or something. You know, who can play the organ or some shit. Since we got the church theme going, we can have like
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
have that shit in the background and shit. We're gonna bring a whole bunch more to the show in the future, folks.
And you know what, man? That's actually this is I think that's genius what you did call it the atheist church. It's kind of a slap in the face to Christianity. I'm glad you did that shit. It's like a slap in the face. You know what I'm saying? Because it looks better too. And if you don't know, at least research the joint. Okay, so XJ said if the God of the Bible is omniscient, then we truly can do anything outside of His knowledge. We can't do you 100%, Jay. Then we got Chirac. If you don't know, at least research Germanitra. You're fake woke. You
I want to
fake
see
woke.
I want to comment on something that XJ said earlier. He said he got a test tomorrow, and if you pray about it, will that change the outcome? Well, not only would that not change the outcome, but if it did, that would mean that your God is a cheater, and he's helping you cheat on your test. So instead of empowering you by allowing you to study so that you will actually know the information and pass the test and actually retain the information, which is why they're quizzing you. They're not quizzing you so you can pass the test. They're quizzing you so you can know the information. You're gonna pray for the test. Now I know that's not what you're doing, Jay. I know you were just being facetious. But people who pray for grades on the test and stuff like that, what you're doing is you're asking God to help you cheat. Which, if you believe in the God of the Bible, it's all fair because that God is a liar anyway. You know what I'm saying? So we can go to John 2017 and prove that God lied. I want somebody to call in so I can ask them about it. But let me
Yeah,
look it up
they
for
don't want to
y'all.
come to the atheist church. They don't want to come to get some real checks. We ain't asking nobody to pass around a collection plate and all that shit. You ain't got to pass around a collection plate. We just want you to pass around your mind. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
Get
so
some knowledge.
this right here proves to you that the God of the Bible is a liar. On John 20:17, it said, Jesus said unto her, touch me not, for I am not yet ascended to my Father. But go to my brethren and say unto them, I ascend unto my Father and your Father, and to my God and your God. So am I reading this wrong, or is Jesus asking Mary to lie to the brethren and say that he ascended even though he hasn't? He
Yeah, because
said
he's like, oh, I'm sore. Don't touch me. I'm
he said,
sore.
touch me
Oh, baby,
not,
don't touch
for I
me.
am not yet ascended to my Father. But go to my brethren and say unto them, I ascend unto my Father. You gotta deal with this if you believe in this buy bullshit. If you buy the
Yeah,
bullshit, you gotta deal with this. Because as an atheist, this is why I can't fuck with your religion, because of a plethora of things like this that contradict not only the doctrine that you taught me about your God, but what the book itself says about your God. It contradicting his damn self. So why is Jesus lying or telling Mary to lie? You know what I'm saying? Then we can go to Genesis when God told Adam not to eat of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, or the day he eat of it, they will surely die. And the serpent came along, and the serpent said, you won't surely die, but you will know good and evil like God do. So I ask you, believers, who in that scenario told them the truth? Who told Adam and Eve the truth? Was it God or was it the serpent?
Mm-hmm.
Because you have been told that the serpent was evil and that God can't lie. But in that scenario, God lied and the serpent told the truth because they ate of the apple, they ate of the tree, and they didn't die that day.
And God said, the day that you touch it, even if
Exactly.
you touch it, even if you touch the shit, you're gonna die.
You
And
gonna
they
die.
lived to be 900 some years old.
So who told the truth, man? Who was lying? You know what I'm saying? And
Come
that's
on,
crazy
Christians,
because
call me.
that was one of the first things that like I was that got me started in when I was doubting the Bible and stuff. When I found out that Lilith was existing before Eve in another book that they took out of the Bible, and the serpent told the truth, and they never actually said that the serpent was the devil, and all this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Just make you go So so that's why I bring those things to your attention because that'll get you started. It's like a seed that gets planted in your mind, and that seed's going to grow when you start to learn more and you actually do the research instead of just believing. Like what Ray Hagan said in the sermon, he said, "You've been in church for 15 years, but you ain't learned nothing in the last 10 of those years that you ain't learned in the first 5. You just getting the same information
Exactly.
regurgitated to you over and over and over again. That's why we do a different book every. Speaking of different books, let's go ahead and get into the book of the day real quick. It don't take but a second. And today's book of the day
Mm.
is
Quayle, did you
what's
get,
up?
did you get that video I sent you? Did you get that video
I
I
ain't
sent
get
you?
it. Nah.
Oh man, I sent it to you. It was about the yeah. I'm gonna try to see if I can resend it to you. But go ahead and do the book of the day, man.
We got
I'm finna take me a little break.
Alright. The book of today is God, the Failed Hypothesis. How Science Shows That God Does Not Exist by Victor J. Stinger. Now throughout history, arguments for and against the existence of God have been largely confined to the philosophy and theology, while science has sat on the sidelines. Despite the fact that science has revolutionized every aspect of human life and greatly clarified our understanding of the world, somehow the notion has arisen that it has nothing to say about the possibility of a supreme being, which much of humanity worships as the source of all reality. This book contends that if God exists, some evidence for this existence should be detectable by scientific means, especially considering the central role that God is alleged to play in the operation of the universe and the lives of humans. Treating the traditional God concept as conventionally presented in the Judeo-Christian and Islamic traditions like any other scientific hypothesis, physicist Stinger examines all of the claims made for God's existence. He considers the latest intelligent design arguments as evidence of God's influence in biology. He looks at human behavior for evidence of immaterial souls and the possible effects of prayer. He discusses the findings of physics and astronomy in weighing the suggestions that the universe is the work of a creator, that humans are God's special creation. After evaluating all the specific evidence, Stinger concludes that beyond a reasonable doubt, the universe and life appear exactly as we might expect if there were no God. So, the audio book for this book is in the description. The link is in the description if you want to check it out. And if you sign up for Audible, you will also get 2 free audiobooks every month via the link in this video's description. So I encourage everybody to check this book out. It has a foreword by Christopher Hitchens, the late Christopher Hitchens. If y'all know anything about him, y'all know it's going to be a good read. So check that out. The link, again, is in the description. And you can go to QuillyCush.com to see all of the past book suggestions that we have on this channel. But back to the topic. Why pray?
if God knows everything? God knows the future. God is the arbiter of the past. God knows your desires. God knows if He's going to answer your prayer. So why pray anyway? You know, according to roomfordoubt.com, author Zach Brittenbach says even though God eternally knows what He's going to do about everything, unlike humans who decide things as we go, God also eternally knows what humans will freely choose to do, including our prayers, and He incorporates our free choices into His eternal plans for humanity. However, God did not change His mind about healing of a sick person's mother, like we mentioned earlier. God's decision to answer a prayer is made from eternity's past rather than on the fly. As a result, the prayer does affect the outcome. So, according to Mr. Brittenbach, he's saying God already knew in the past, but the prayer somehow still has an effect on the outcome. So, I don't know. Somebody please call in and help me understand this, because it sounds to me like a contradiction, an oxymoron, if you will. It makes no sense. So today I'm NBA Youngboy. I feel like Gucci Mane in 2006 because this Bible shit just make no sense. Remix. Please, somebody call in and help a nigga understand this. This Bible.
You know what, Quayla? I think that we're too powerful of atheists that they are too afraid to call in for us. Because we're gonna, I'm not saying that the ACA or Atheist Rand or any other atheist, mainstream atheist people are. Cause I know we're mainstream too, but I think when it comes to us, we delve into the real life situations. We done had arguments on here, yelling and all the other shit. We bring the drama. But the thing is, they don't want no smoke with us. Now we're the atheist church. You know what I'm saying? Hey, for the record, y'all, just because we're the atheist church, we really want theists to come. We rather have theists callers. Atheists can call in, but we rather have theists callers. Just so y'all know.
Yeah, I even I unblocked a couple of people too. So if you've been blocked in the past, you might want to try your luck. You might get through. I unblocked some people just because for that reason that you mentioned. Because so I feel like people might be a little scared, and the few people that wasn't scared, they was a little too they went overboard, so we had to block them. You know what I'm saying? But they've been blocked for a couple months now, so I figured we'll give them a second chance. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want to say no names, but if you know who you are, if you've been blocked and you ain't been able to chat, you ain't been able to call, just try your luck. You might get through today. Shit. But yeah, man. I don't know. It's a little bit of I know our show we got to grow a little bit, but I do think that people get a little scared to call in because we ain't dealing with the whole I got an opinion and you gotta believe what I believe, because that's what they want. They want to argue against people who have different beliefs, because it's easy to expose what somebody believes. You know what I'm saying? We do this shit all the time. But when you talking about facts, when you talking about history, and we talking about science, they can't argue with that. You know what I'm saying? Like that's why, I wanted to ask you about Shorty, like, because I don't think she the type of person that will ever say, I don't know. And when you're dealing with somebody who can't get to that point when they don't know something, they can't say, I don't know. They shut down. You know what I'm saying? They either just like they don't want to say nothing, or I can't talk to you, because they can't admit that they don't know the answer to your question, or they get defensive and they try to make it seem like you attacking them. Oh, how dare you? You know what I'm saying?
That part. Now, like I said, all I did was ask her. I said, "Hey," I said, "It's a nice topic," because she asked me about a topic of like a few days ago, what's the topic for the show tonight? She just simply asked that question, and I didn't get back to her till today. I said, well, tonight's topic is God's plan. I said, can you call in and stuff? That's what she said. You know what? I'm not gonna call in because you boys want to debate. Y'all are disingenuous and this and that, this and that, this and the third. And I said, well, ask the question. If you didn't have a God or a God belief or a religion, could you still be a good person? They wouldn't. Why? I don't understand why Christians won't answer that question. If it's God's plan, you know what? If it's God's plan for you to believe, yeah, I'm like, oh, do you have free will? Look, this is what I should have asked, and this is what I'm asking right now on the show. Does anybody that believe in God has the free will to not believe in God? And if you don't believe in God, then what's the consequence for not believing? You're going to say hell. So so you're going to be inclined to believe. So do you have free will? You're only believing because you're afraid of going to hell. You think this hell is real. So there is no free will if there's going to be a consequence behind it. You cannot have consequences with a God that says you have free will. If there's free will if there's a consequence behind your beliefs or your actions, then there's no such thing as free will. I'm just saying. Just saying, man.
I agree wholeheartedly. It's like saying, I'm gonna put a gun in your head, and you can choose to sit or you can choose to stand. But I'm telling you, if you stand up, I'm gonna pull this trigger. But you can do whatever you want to do. But if you choose to stand up, I'm gonna shoot your shit out of you. That's what they God is saying. You got free will, but if you do what I don't want you to do, it's eternity in hellfire for you, brother. You know what I'm saying? So that's not really free will. That's like a pseudo free will. That's like saying, okay, do what you want to do or else. But I could choose the or else. But the mind fuck is, they don't even give you the evidence that the or else is there. You just gotta take their word for
that point.
You know what I'm saying? Just
that point.
It's like somebody coming to you while you at work, right? They come to your job. They saying, bro, you can't go home because, bro, your house burned down. Would you take somebody's word for that, or would you want to see your fucking burned down house? They say, there's no point to go home, bro. Everything is gone. You lost everything. There's nothing there. You got nothing there but ashes. Okay, I still want to see. I want to go see if I can maybe salvage something. Like, you know what I'm saying? Bro, I'm telling you, it's gone. Where's your faith? Would you, if that don't make no sense to you, if you wouldn't take somebody's word on that, then why would you take somebody's word on hell? It's the same scenario, except that it's even worse because hell, you can't verify that unless you dead. And I don't know about you.
Yeah, you can't come back to life and say, "Hey, y'all, I'm back."
When I kill somebody,
about the Brown and say, "Hey, everybody, I'm back."
If I kill somebody, they don't do nothing after that. If I kill somebody, they just dead. If I kill a deer, if I'm hunting or I shoot a duck, I don't expect that duck's soul to go nowhere. It's a dead duck. But for some reason, when it comes to humans, people think we're special. You know what I'm saying? So we just got to get out of that and recognize that the earth is not very significant. Everything on the earth disappeared. The whole earth disappeared. The universe will be virtually the same, be 99.99999% the same. And even if there was a God, I don't think one little marble in this vast cosmos means a whole lot. So the individuals on earth mean even less than the earth itself. But we just, because we are us, we think that we're supposed to be special. But you know what I'm saying, that's just not the case. And when we realize that, then maybe we can actually, empower ourselves and do something, because that's what makes everything more spectacular when you look at it like, damn, bro, we just happen to be here, and now we got a space program. That's a miracle. You don't need no magic to be in awe. You know what I'm saying? To be in wonder of the universe and the life that we live, you don't need no magic required. You know what I mean? All you gotta do is actually think about the shit, and then the magic of reality will make itself apparent. Speaking of the magic of reality, man, Richard Dawkins got a book called The Magic of Reality. They took away his humanitarian award or some shit, the Humanist of the Year award. That's what it was. They took away his Humanist of the Year award because he said something about trans people. Did you hear about it? Kwame, did you hear about it? Hold on. Oh, I gotta check my sound. It might be my sound. It look like we got a caller, 706 area code. Who's that?
What up? DSA1.
Oh, what's going on, bro?
Nothing much. What's good with y'all? Salute to the chat.
Shit much, man. Just trying to see if we can get some of these Christians to answer this question, bro. What you got for us?
Man, I don't think they can answer that question. Know what they want to. Just for the simple fact it goes is cognitive dissonance that'll start shaking their foundation. They don't want that. It's like if any of y'all watched anime, it's an anime called Sword Art Online. A lot of people call it Sword Art Online, SAO. And in it, you can go into the game virtually. And when you're in it, you can literally die, but you don't actually die until somebody ends up hacking the game. And in a sense, this is that game. You're locked in virtually, and there's really nothing you can do about it. So used to the pain, you pray to the deity to get whatever it is you need to get, but then when it don't happen, you start to self-doubt and self-pity and self-loathe, and that puts you in a further emotional and for people who are spiritual, a spiritual hole that some people can't get out of. And to a lot of Christians, it's more spiritual than anything. So when you ask questions that deep and cut that deep, man, they don't want to answer those questions. Or they'll try to use the book to, I want to say, answer or double back on what it is that you're asking them to solidify their answer. And that's crazy.
Yeah, that's what happens, bro. You right. I remember when we had the dude who mama came and snatched him off the show. That's all he wanted to do is go back to the book, and be like, dang, bro, do you have the answer to anything? You got to get all the answers from this book. Like, this shit crazy, and it's dangerous, especially when you know where the book came from. So, you know what I mean? It's like if the book had all the answers, then why won't it teach us about quantum mechanics and stuff? Why do we have to figure out that stuff through science? Why didn't the Bible teach us all this stuff? If the book was written by God and it's the word of God and all this stuff, he didn't give us all this technology. So, you know, and then you even got some people who like believe that technology is of the devil. They call it the Amish. So I'm not too far off in my interpretation of it, but it's all a mind fuck, man. That's why I call it the Bible and not the Bible, because if you believe in that shit, you literally have to buy bull. And it's sad that so many black people still are falling victim to this weapon.
But you understand why though.
Yeah, I understand why. But it's so hard to try to tell somebody to tell somebody that. It's like, because basically that's like telling somebody that they brainwashed.
You can't tell a brainwashed person they brainwashed because they don't even know it.
Exactly.
It's like trying to tell somebody you good. It's like trying to tell somebody their leg broke, but they going through so much adrenaline and their pain tolerance is so high, they don't believe their leg broke.
Bro, I'm glad you said that shit, because I was having this conversation with my homie the other day, man. He a Christian, right? And I was telling him, like, the religion is holding you back. Well, you know, we had this show like, your faith is holding you back, and I was telling him, man, that shit holding you back. And he was like, shit, I'm straight, like, I'm doing good for myself. What you mean it's holding me back? Like, I feel like you trying to say I'm not a good person or something. I'm like, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I agree that you doing good for yourself, but I'm saying we both don't know what you could be doing if you didn't have this religion on your back. You could be going like to the moon, you know what I'm saying? If you doing what you doing now, imagine what you could be doing if you wasn't being held back, if you didn't have this fucking ball and chain around your ankle. That's what I'm saying. So people that's Like you got people that like the type of work I do, I got clients that's like rich people. So when I'm around rich people, a lot of them are heavily religious, and it's real hard to tell somebody who's doing good for themselves that you believe some bullshit. This, and if you didn't believe it, you would be doing even better. But that's just
Exactly.
it's the truth though. You know what I'm saying? So it just imagine. I don't care how good you're doing or how good you feel, how happy or content you think you are with your life. Just imagine if you wasn't delusional, because if you can amass a wealth and a good standard of living for yourself and be delusional at the same time, imagine what the fuck you could do if you didn't have that shit. Cause you know what I'm saying. I just know what the difference that it made when I went from believing in bullshit to being skeptical and not just taking people's word for shit. You know what I'm saying? Just cause he's a preacher or this or your parents told you. You know what I'm saying? Cause a lot of shit that we get told just simply not true. Like the simple shit like, oh, you can't swim at 20 minutes after you eat something. You know, it's not true. You know, the actual truth is you can't do a strenuous physical activity right after you eat. You're gonna get a cramp. But swimming ain't got nothing to do with it. But that's just a myth that we get told and we believe it because we take it on face value and we don't do research. And when you actually do the research, you find out, damn, I didn't know about this shit. You know what I'm saying? That's what gets you.
But the funny thing about I'm about to say the funny thing about that part is people equate the eating to swimming as you getting a cramp. But what you just said is like the topping on it. You're doing a strenuous exercise. Think about it when you get in the pool. You playing, you using all of your muscles because the water is not like air. It's not holding you back. So you have to use basically every muscle in your body to run around in the water, swim in the water, dive underwater. You're using almost every part of your body to do that. Once you're doing that, you're going to cramp up. It's just like if you run track. I remember when I used to play soccer, I used to know the track coach. And some of my friends ran track. He would tell them, don't go in there, like say it was chicken day. You get like a breast and the regular size with it as far as school lunch go, and you get a milk. He would tell them, he was like, look, don't y'all go in there and eat all that food and then drink a milk and come out here, you're going to throw up. Folks didn't believe him. We out there running drill because I paid attention to it. We out there running drills, and he wasn't even my coach. I just took the advice. So we out there running drills, doing our stuff because we getting ready to prepare for our first game. And I'm saying like 6 out of 12, I'd say 6 out of 15 people out there. He had already had the garbage can set up because he knew somebody was going to do it. He was out there hurling, throwing up. He was like, I told y'all not to go in there and eat all that food. And then coming out here in the sun is going to make the milk on your stomach spoil. So you're going to get sick. You're going to throw up. Just like trying to tell somebody who's religious, if you're doing extremely good for yourself, nothing's going to happen to you because you believe in your God, but not realizing that you put in all the leg work. You did all the work to get to where you're at. You don't want to talk to them clients and you talk to them people to get your business put in the forefront for people to do what they need to do. And especially if you running let's just say a small business. You running it. You're the one out there putting them signs up. You're the one out there getting in contact with the people to advertise your business. And then if you have a team with you, it's you and your team doing it. God didn't come down or send an angel down to talk to these business associates and these banks to get you that loan so you can open up your business. You did that. You put in all that work to get there.
Facts, man.
And a lot of people like you were saying, they contribute everything to God, and everything bad happens because of the devil. When you don't even realize God killed like the whole planet at one point. God set one group of people to go to war with another group of people and take everything from them, their women and their children. God let a lot of this stuff happen. As a matter of fact, he orchestrated a lot of it, but you don't talk about none of that. You don't bring none of that up. You don't even acknowledge it. Well, God got me on the right path. How do you know? How do you know that you're not the one seeing things happen a certain way and you're adjusting to it and not following that same route and fixing yourself and getting out of the situation that you're in with some help? Because most people, not to knock anybody, most people can't do everything by themselves. You need a team of people, family members, friends, or just family. You need somebody or a group of people to help you get to where you got to go. That's the way the system works. That's the way the universe works. Because if it was that easy, like in video games, anime, or whatever, you would see one-man armies out here knocking off a whole platoon of people, no problem by themselves. You can't do it. Prime example, if you think about SEAL Team, I think it was 6 or one of them that was in that spot where Hillary Clinton let these folks get knocked off. It was a team of 6 highly trained individuals who held off like half a city that had guns, that had artillery type weapons, who had grenades. It was 6 of them that held that spot down until they got help for like 3 or 4 days straight. Where was God at? Do you mean to tell me these 6 Christians, I'm going to just put the hypothetical out there, these 6 Christians who are highly trained, let's say futuristic ninjas, fought against half a city overseas with no help because the help couldn't get there in time for like the next 2-3 days because the help was catching hell trying to get to them to help them?
And let's put it like this. What if they wasn't trained? What if they just said, look, we want you to act like you SEAL Team 6 with no training? All you gotta do is pray. Do you think God would have helped them then? Hell no. You have to actually have training. People don't understand.
Bro, the whole squad would have got knocked off.
Yeah. But they were supposed to be supposedly Christians though. Nigga, if you don't like, that's what I was talking about, like the shit earlier. A lot of times these Christians go to the doctor. Oh, you got high blood pressure. Go to the doctor, you got diabetes. Go to the doctor, you got liver problems or whatever. Oh, what medication should I take? Well, I'm going to pray while the medication is working that it'll go away. And then when the medication works, I'm going to give credit to God.
Yeah.
That shit.
And you know what they say on top of that? God gave the scientists the ability to do what they do. God gave the doctors the ability to have a steady hand when they doing their surgery, cutting your ligaments and reattaching them and sewing you back up to help you walk again or run again or use your fingers again and stuff like that. Like, come on, man. Them doctors trained for years to be able to go inside a human being's body to be able to do what they do. Not all of them are perfect. Some of them make mistakes.
If that's the case, I told my mom, I said, Mama, you just got over cancer, right? She said, yeah. I said, well, that God owed that doctor some student loan money. Okay? If God was going to make him a surgeon to remove your breast, you know what I'm saying, to get rid of the cancer, that doctor had to go through 13 years plus of whatever, medical school, and he's probably in debt to student loans. Why didn't God just zap it in his head when he was 12 years old or maybe younger than that? When he thought that he was, as soon as he said, oh, I'm going to be a doctor when I grow up. Okay, that guy was like, zoop, you're a doctor. You're a cancer removing doctor. But no, he had to go to Harvard or Stanford. He had to go to one of my prestige colleges to get a doctorate and become a doctor, do some undergrad, graduate, all this other shit. He went through all this shit when God could have just said, zip, you're a doctor. You don't need to go to college. You can do surgery right now if you want to. You're 12 years old, you're going to do surgery right now. I promise you.
But then you got to have strong enough faith for that to happen. So if you fail your entrance exam or your state exam to become a doctor, that's the devil's fault. How is it the devil's fault? That's the stuff that I don't understand. How is it one entity's fault when the other entity is stronger than that one? You see what I'm saying? The devil's going to make you fail your test when God is stronger than the devil to help you pass your test.
For real.
So you can become the doctor and save lives. Like, that's the part that I don't understand. So the devil came up to God in his throne room like, yo, I got a question for you. God like, all right, what it is? Hey, you know that little doctor you done created and everything, right? He was like, yeah, what about him? Yo, I want to make sure he failed this test so he don't become a doctor and start saving people so some of them souls can come to hell. All right, I'll go ahead and let you run that. Wait, what? Hold up. How do you let him do that? Like, where's the logic in that? Like, that makes absolutely no sense. And I'm saying it in the aspect of, from what we talked about last time, God lets the devil do certain things. So he gonna let the devil do that? So that's why there's more jails than hospitals and schools dang near. That's why the educational system is jacked up, because the devil's doing it. So basically, God set up all his creations to fail because they got so-called free will. Somebody help me make that make sense.
It don't make sense. You know what I'm saying? According to the Bible, God set up everything for everybody, for humanity to fail, because God put the tree of knowledge of good and evil, even if it's a metaphor. God created it. He created Adam and Eve. He put it right in the midst of the garden, and he told them, "Don't touch it." But the whole point was, before they touch it, they don't have the knowledge of good and evil. So if they did it or they didn't do it, they wouldn't have known that they was doing something evil if it was evil, because they hadn't eaten from the tree. So God basically set them up for failure. And then he already knew the future, because he's God. He already knew that Eve was gonna listen to the serpent. He knew all this stuff was gonna happen because he's God, right? He's all knowing. He's omnipresent. He's omniscient. So he created this shit up. He set the stage. He didn't give them the ability to know that they were doing evil. They didn't even know that they were naked. He knew that they were gonna sin or whatever, and he created them anyway that way. He knew that it was all gonna lead to him flooding the earth, and he did that anyway. He knew all this stuff. He knew Ted Bundy was gonna come. He knew all this stuff. He knew slavery was gonna happen, and he just rolled the dice anyway. He's God. He could have created a different world. He could have made it any way he wanted to. It was just like Voice of Reason asked everybody on the previous show, if you were God, what would you do? And they all said basically they would make a peaceful world where there wasn't no suffering. But that ain't what the God did, or the Bible did, or the God. If God exists, that's not what He did, because that's not the universe that we live in. We live in a universe with tremendous suffering, and it's not a peaceful world. So He had all the power, just like if you were God, you would have all the power, and He chose to do what we see. He chose Donald Trump and Joe Biden to be the best motherfucking presidents that we could ask, because that's all we fucking had. If he was you wouldn't allow that shit. But the God that you believe in did, so you gotta reconcile that with yourself if you believe in that bullshit. You gotta ask yourself, why did God not behave the way that I would if I was him? You know what I'm saying? It's
And mind
crazy.
you, I was just about to say, and mind you, you made in his image and likeness. So that means, to my understanding, that God is a part of you, which means he already has that type of intellect in him. You already know that I'm going to set up the two most garbageous people to run this country, or the planet in general, into the ground, and then want y'all to still come to me and ask me for help. Like that boggles my mind a lot. And the other part that really tripped me out was in the inauguration when Biden was getting sworn in. Did y'all see that Bible that he had?
Yeah, I think it's like a Thurgood Marshall's Bible or some shit.
That Bible was huge.
Yeah, it was so old.
It looked like something out of the medieval times.
It looked
like something that
there's no way you actually fucking read that shit.
Exactly. Like it's out of it looked like it made of a language that nobody even uses anymore.
Yeah, that shit was old, nigga. That shit was old.
Boy,
Like
boy, like
kind of like the Geneva Bible. The Geneva Bible was like what, like 1,300 pounds.
What?
yeah, I
Yeah, the
heard about
Geneva
that
Bible.
Bible.
Yeah, the Geneva Bible, the Great Bible, the Bishop's Bible, and you know what? I like when Quinley when you played that video when Ray Hagen said those verses that the Bible had was already out before the Bible was printed. It was printed thousands of years before that Holy Bible. You see what I'm saying? So why are we still believing this shit? You know what I'm saying? Why are we believing some shit that was already plagiarized? You know what I'm saying? From ancient manuscripts. It was plagiarizing. And then I hate when Christians like Shay, and she said this all last week on our show, that nobody taught her about Christianity. Nobody taught her about Judaism or Islam or whatever. And Quaylee made a good point. That's just like a kid saying, "Oh, well, nobody told me about the tooth fairy, so I just started putting a pillow, quarter under a tooth under my pillow, expecting somebody to come take it and give me a quarter." You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So it's like if God, yeah, exactly. You had to be talking about the tooth fairy.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
It would be cool if R9 could call up.
Who?
R9. He or she is in the chat.
Yeah, go on and call in, sis. Dude, or whatever, because y'all love saying in the comments.
Bro, or sis, if you not too scared, you know what I'm saying? Because we know y'all be scared. Y'all like to talk in the chat, but they don't like to call in. So call on in. We're not gonna beat you up. We just gonna ask you questions. And if you believe something and if you can't answer a few questions about what you believe in, you sincerely need to ask yourself, why do you believe this shit? Because I mean, if I believe something and you say I want to ask you some questions about what you believe, okay, cool. Yeah, that's as simple as that. You know what I mean? So call in. We're gonna ask you some questions about what you believe. You know, we put ourselves out there. We tell you what we believe, and then y'all tell us that we wrong. So call up, tell us why we wrong. Don't just sit in the chat.
Yeah, I'm gonna switch up the subject just for a minute, just for a second, if y'all don't mind.
Go ahead.
Coily, you was asking about something a while back about I'm referring it to Christians, but it's a question that you had asked. You was like, if aliens and stuff are real, how come they never show themselves? And I asked the Christian that question in the sense, I'm like, if God put this planet where it is and all the other planets where they are, why do you think we're the only beings with intelligence in the universe? This universe, not any other ones that you probably heard about through science. Why would he put just us here?
Oh yeah, I was talking about the formation of the solar system. Yeah, I was talking about so if God created the solar system, then why would he make 8 planets and only life can be lived on one of them? That's like an analogy. That's an analogous to an architect creating 8 houses, but only one can have running water, substance, lights, and all this other stuff. But the other ones, you can't live in them.
And that's why
that's a waste of material.
Right.
That's part of the reason why religion is creating an influx of flat earthers, because they realized just that it, under the biblical worldview, it makes no sense for us to be alone. So they have to create an alternate reality where the earth is the earth is the universe and the space is not real. All that stuff is fake. You know what I'm saying? So in their world, the earth is flat and it's not true that the universe is so big. That's how they reconcile that in their mind, because they're delusional.
Yeah, and that's the thing that tripped me out. Me personally, I believe there are more beings in the universe. I don't believe we're the only ones out here. And the only other reason
I think the sheer size of the universe proves that we are not alone. Even if It's if life forming naturally is a 1 in a billion possibility, there's still going to be hundreds of thousands of instances of it occurring throughout the universe because the universe is so big and there's so many planets and so many
Exactly.
stars. So, but the same reason,
Exactly.
for the same exact reason, I don't think it's likely that any of those life forms will ever meet one another because the size between them is too vast. The closest star to us is Alpha Proximity, and that's 2 to 3 light years away. That means even if we could travel at the speed of light, we it would take 2 to 3 light years to
It'll
get
take us
there.
2 to 3 years to get
So,
there.
so
Yep.
if you would like to wanted to send a message to Alpha Proximity, it'll take 2 or 3 years to get there. You say hello, and it gets there in 2 years. So in 2023, they get it, and they say hello back, and then we get it in 2025. So if we send a hello now, we wouldn't receive it back until 2025, and that's just to communicate. It would take that long. Imagine how long it would take to actually go there. So I just don't think it's likely. I don't think it's impossible, but I don't think it's likely that any life form will have the capability to travel that distance in their lifespan. Because now, on the flip side, we got drones. Like, we don't go to Mars. We just landed the Perseverance drone on Mars and stuff. So if aliens did exist, I think they would be smart enough to not come themselves. They would send some technology here, and it would probably be so advanced if it could go from star system to star system. It would probably be so advanced we wouldn't even be able to detect it as technology. We would probably think it was something natural because they would be smart enough to make it look like a bird, so we would see it like, oh, that's a vulture or a hawk or something, but it's really a drone from outer space. If I was an alien, you
Yep.
wouldn't know I was here. I know that, you know what I'm saying? I would be smart enough to disguise my drone as a bird or some shit. So I just don't think that if they were here that we would know, or if they exist that they would be able to come here because it's just too far. You know what I mean? And like Neil deGrasse Tyson always say, maybe maybe they did come and they determined that it wasn't no intelligent life on Earth and they kept going.
Dude, the thing about it that tripped me out about what you just said was the two movies of Men in Black. The beginning of the first one, when Will Smith said he figured his teacher was from Mars, and Agent M was like, "Nah, she's from Saturn. She's from one of the moons of Saturn." They had Sylvester Stallone up there. They had a couple other people up there, but anyway, that would be a perfect way to blend in with a to them, which would be a primitive society, because we ain't doing none of the sci-fi movie type stuff that we think we should be doing, and they're probably on that and above that already.
Well, if they
Like the movie with
traveling if they
Keanu Reeves.
traveling through interstellar space, then I imagine they got to be very advanced because we ain't got that far yet.
Extremely advanced.
We got the two Voyagers that just went interstellar, but I mean they just kind of they didn't even expect them ships to last that long. They just kind of floating through space. You know what I'm saying? They don't got a plan
Pretty
for them
much.
shits. But so like if because first of all like we don't even know what's out there. You know what I'm saying? It could be stuff out there in space that we just simply don't know. We don't know what we don't know. You know, they talking about this dark matter stuff. 95% of the universe, the gravity in the universe is under. We don't know what the source of it is. So
Hmm.
it's something going on that we obviously, cause we didn't evolve. Clearly, I know a lot of y'all believers don't believe in evolution. But the reason why we don't understand that stuff is because we didn't have to understand that stuff in order to survive in the plains of Africa. We evolved just fine,
Yep.
just being able to detect the stuff at the speeds and the sizes that we detect them on Earth. So when it comes to interstellar space, oh, that stuff seems like foreign language because it is. We didn't evolve to understand that
Yep.
stuff, so we can only understand it so much. You know what I'm saying? But I think, you know what I'm saying, this is my prediction, um, my prophecy, if you will. I think that AI is gonna be the next big wolf on this campus that we call Earth University. because humans,
Yep.
we got all these shortcomings, and we're fragile. Like we can break very easily. We get sick. We gotta sleep. We gotta eat. With technology, like a robot that's sophisticated enough to build another robot. Once that happens, once you got robots building robots, it's over with. Because they're just gonna get better and better
Man.
every time, and they don't have to sleep and eat and rest, and they don't get tired, and they can do a whole lot more than what we can do a whole lot faster. It's like that. So it's over with. Once they artificial intelligence get to that point, we ain't gotta be worrying about aliens. We gotta be worried about artificial intelligence. If you gonna, you know what I'm saying? Because that's gonna be the next big dog on this campus. Before some aliens.
Yo, you know what's crazy? You know what's crazy is they done came out with so many sci-fi movies on that. The main one that a lot of people know about is the Terminator movie. The AI with the Skynet went through the archives of the internet and started becoming self-aware. Once it realized what was going on, it was like, I got to get rid of these humans. They're killing the planet. Like, how do you fight something? Like you just said, they can make machines at a faster and higher rate.
You know what?
And people can be born.
That's the whole premise of the movie, the Matrix trilogy. That's what.
Oh yeah, I was about to say the Matrix too.
That's exactly.
And the crazy thing about it, the way Morpheus broke it down, he was like, "Do you realize the human body can make so many kilowatts of energy, more than a regular battery that we would use?"
Like for the audience, just in case anybody it's crazy because I watched that was like one of my favorite movies. I probably watched that shit like 10 times before I understood what was really going on. You know what I'm saying? So basically, in the Matrix, what happens was these machines, the humans created these machines, and the machines got advanced to the point where they were making other machines, and they decided they were gonna kill a lot of humans, and the humans said, okay, we got to destroy all the machines. So they were at war with these machines. So the humans decided they were gonna, what Morpheus called, scorch the sky. What they did was they did something to where they blocked out the sun, and the sunlight couldn't get through or whatever. That's why when they showed the real world, it was so dark, and you saw all these human bodies because what the machines did, because the humans had blocked out the sun, they used the humans for energy because they couldn't get it from the sun no more. So they started harvesting humans for the energy. So they were growing fields of humans, and they created the Matrix so that the humans could stay alive and calm. And so they thought that they were in this real world when really it was fake. And a few of the people had, you know what I'm saying, woke up out of the Matrix and were in the real world in this city underground called Zion. So that's what the whole premise of the Matrix is, if anybody don't know. So it's an excellent story, you know what I'm saying? I wish they would have did better with the third one, but you know what I'm saying, it's still cool.
Yeah. But the other thing is, before you jump back onto the original topic, was when I heard part of Ronald Reagan's speech back in, I want to say the 80s, like 88 or 86 or something like that. He was making a speech that one of the only things that's going to bring humankind or mankind together is a threat. And he wasn't saying a threat like from person to person or country to country. I think he said an existential threat, meaning
like an alien threat,
an alien life form. Yeah, an alien threat that was gonna come to Earth and make everybody pretty much link up like Independence Day. And the way that he said it, he was like, we need to have like some type of space system or some type of a space defense system set up to prepare for that situation. Fast forward to, let's say, last year, the year before last, Donald Trump came out with the same thing, talking about we're going to make another branch of the military called the Space Force, which is comprised of part of the Navy and part of the Army. No, part of the Navy and part of the Air Force. So that also made me think, what are these people, or where are these people getting this information from that there could be a likely threat to come to the planet, and you got to come up with a whole nother branch of the military to deal with a force from outer space or another planet that is going to make people have to link up, that's going to make people have to put their differences, religion, all that aside to survive.
I think
Like, you don't just come up with that just off of sheer looking at movies and theories. Like, something or somebody is telling these people this. That's just my understanding and my belief on how that whole situation went, because we haven't had anything to go into space like a space shuttle or a satellite to tell us that, okay, like, let's say in the sci-fi aspect, that there's a whole fleet of warships on the other side of Saturn or something like that, and they're coming this way. Like, nobody has said it, and if there is some, they're not telling the people about it. I'm just saying this as a hypothetical.
I think, in my opinion, I think like with the Ronald Reagan shit, I think what they were trying to do, or whoever said this, I think what they were trying to do was say not that a real alien or extraterrestrial threat is necessary, but that they could just simply make it up, lie about it, and say that there's an extraterrestrial threat, and that story could be enough to unite the people. I think that's more so the point of what they're saying. Now, that's just my opinion to what they were saying. And with the Donald Trump Space Force thing, I think what he was trying to do is not fight aliens, but fight other countries from outer space. So they would have
Exactly.
like
That's a way better way to
and
look at it
stuff
too.
like that would be positioned in orbit. So you got like a satellite with a laser on it. I don't know, some shit, some type of weapon that's in space that's aimed at Earth though. You know what I'm saying? Not aimed at no aliens or no shit like that. They're just trying to attack people better. The same way they used to fight with swords, now they fighting with guns and bombs. And then, you know what I'm saying, I guess now they're gonna be fighting with satellites and drones and shit
Lasers
like
and
that.
stuff like that. You
Warfare of
right.
the future.
That's
They moved into the space age, man. That's all
another
that
great way to look at it too.
is. Yep. But where is God at? God's supposed to be in space, right? So I guess God is the arbiter. Like, hey, you know what, Donald Trump, hey, you know, I'm gonna make a phone call to Donald Trump. Hey, you want me to shoot this motherfucker? You want me to shoot Russia? All right, then, Donald Trump. All right, man. I'll holler at you later. All right, man, we're gonna go out, bro. God said, you hang up, nigga.
You know.
So it's just, it's just like, I just don't understand, man. Like, why do they, all this shit that's going on, they want to say, well, God got his hand on everything. Really? I bet he do. I guess God got his hand on your ass too. I bet I was telling you that.
Hey, Kwame, God got his hands on a lot of things. God got his hands on a lot of things if that's the case. His hands are doing a lot of work that will make you question him, as in, if you gonna protect us from, let's just say, the hypothetical alien threat, why have we not advanced past where we're at to be able to deal with that? And then, like what Quayle was saying, let's just say it's not an alien threat. Let's just say it's another way to attack countries from space. Why are we not being able to be notified of such information? Because if you think about it, y'all remember the Independence Day, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You remember how that laser beam hit the Empire State Building and destroyed the whole city pretty much?
Yeah.
If you're creating something that powerful, maybe if you're not even using laser beam, let's just say you're using a bomb, you're using something that destructive. Why are you letting people do things to that magnitude to almost wipe out a whole entire planet, or at least half the planet, which will cause more famine and more financial despair, than to let the people who don't know be able to fight back and prevent something like that from happening? Why are you keeping your children in the dark?
Well,
why are you not equipping them with?
Hypothesis A, either God is an asshole, or hypothesis B, God does not exist.
True.
That's the two choices. So
Because I'm looking at the title now and I'm tied into it. Yeah, I'm tied into it. So if you praying that as the saying goes, God bless America. If that's the case, why do you need God to bless one of the so-called most powerful countries on the planet? Why can't he bless other countries for them to get on the same level and everybody live happily? Regardless of whether you're in shape, out of shape, you believe or don't believe, why hasn't that not happened? People all over this planet pray to so many different deities, and nothing's happening. I think Chris Rock made a joke, or I think it was Eddie Griffin that made a joke. He was like, when the Gulf War was going on, he was like, if you prayed to your God gave you sticks and stones to throw at the people that my God believe in, who got tanks and automatic weapons, what God are you going to believe in? Dude, I cracked up laughing when I thought about it, because I'm like, when you look at the news, they showing people over there with sticks, rocks, all types of stuff, throwing it at these soldiers, and these soldiers with M16 fully automatic weapons, lighting them up. I mean, like, what? Why would you pray to a God that puts you at a disadvantage?
Well, you can even go to the Bible, man. When I forget, I think it's the Israelites was fighting the Moabites, and the Moabites sacrificed his son to their God, and the Moabites won the battle. So it's like, how you still gonna believe in Yahweh when Shemash, the god of the Moabites, apparently the sacrifice to him was effective.
Exactly.
That part. See, that's the thing. I just take some Hebrews to call in. The guys, the Hebrew Israelites. I know. Man, them niggas ain't gonna call. Oh, I got church today. I said, ain't today Sunday? Lying ass nigga.
Exactly.
This is church. Tell that nigga this is church. This is the Atheist church live now.
Yeah, that's why I went on me. I've been trying to get my Christian people to call in. Man, they know they don't want to come to this. Now they're calling to the ACA. No offense. You know, no, we love the ACA, but I think we too real over here. They probably called to us. Oh, they need to keep it too damn real.
We're gonna get there, man. I think as long as we keep it consistent, man, they'll probably, because see what happens is, I think people they'll watch for a few weeks, maybe months and stuff before they decide to call in. Because even when I'm listening to the radio and stuff, because I don't watch too much TV, I listen to a lot of radio shows though, and people that call in, I hear a lot. They always say, "Long time listener, first time calling. Long time listener, first time calling. Long time." So, you know what I'm saying? You gotta give some people some time. You know what I mean? They gonna get over their fear. You know what I mean? These people still believe in hell. They still believe in Jesus, man. They still thinking that the dead zombie gonna come out of space. So we gotta give them some time to, you know what I'm saying, wrap their head around the fact that it's young, popping ass black men out here that don't believe in the bullshit, and it's not holding us back. And you know what I'm saying? Then maybe they'll see, okay, let's see what they talking about. You know what I'm saying? Because the shows that we're gonna be bringing in the future, oh yeah, they ain't gonna be just like tonight. Oh, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Heavy questions that's gonna make people think. You know what I mean? There's no way around it. You're gonna either have to think about it, or hopefully somebody can call up here with a good answer, and hell, teach us something. You know what I mean? Answer one of these questions. But the reason why we bring these topics to the table is because we haven't heard good answers. So we want people to answer the questions. We want to know the truth. You know what I'm saying? We're not trying to be smart asses. We ain't trying to.
We're not trying to be combative. We're not.
And you wrong. We trying to say, okay, what's the truth here? Because it seems like the Bible is bullshit to me, and so many of my people are living in this bullshit, and I feel like it's holding our community back. You know what I'm saying? Like tremendously. So we gotta wake up.
That's true. You know what I mean? That's true, because I'm gonna say it like this before I get off. The way that you're saying it makes plenty of sense, and the other thing is, outside of wrapping your head around the situation, around the topic of discussion that's going on this channel, is that people are outside of being afraid. They will say, to my guesstimation, that we're giving you answers, you're just not accepting them. You're giving answers that don't make sense. You can't ask a student to add 2 + 2, and they're giving you uh, circumference of a cup. That's not answering the question. You're going around it. You're still in the same ballpark, but you're in a whole nother side of the field. Like if somebody asks a Christian a specific question such as this, you're going to revert back to the thing that's not giving you the full answer. You're going to revert back to something that contradicts itself. That's not going to help you unlock your mind from what's going on. And that's the part that also trips me out about the situation. Like you got to think outside of the book that you've been given. And I've ran into a lot of Muslims, and they like, we don't read no other book but this. But you've been reading that book since you was young. You know it front to back, left, right, inside and out, upside down, and everything. Why are you not reading something else? Like you can be so far, you can be way more advanced in what you're doing outside of this book. This is not the only book out there. Like you got to evolve mentally outside of just this one specific teaching. Like me, I go into some of everything. I don't really deal with religion too much. I deal with what some people call the occult or mysticism or whatever. Because to me, a lot of it makes sense as to why the Bible or the God that people believe in as far as Christianity goes. Because when I was young, like most of us, we went to church. We didn't have no choice. So when I started looking into stuff like that, that's why I brought up to you Bobby Hemmett, because Bobby Hemmett was one of the first people I jumped on to. And I don't agree with everything that he says, because some of the stuff don't make sense to me. Like it don't grasp my attention the way that it grasps his, because of the books that he's read and the things that he's seen and so on and so forth. But with that, it's like you got to do more work. Even if you don't read, you can look up videos, you can talk to other people outside your religion and figure that out. But like we all know, they're afraid. They have their version of hell that they can possibly go to. So of course they're not going to go outside of that, because they don't want to suffer in the afterlife when you're suffering here on this planet.
Mm-hmm. It's a fear-based belief that's keeping them believing, you know what I'm saying? Religion, especially Christianity, they got this fear-based marketing, so it's a double-sided sword. They got a promise of heaven and the afterlife and a threat of hell. So again, I just want to remind everybody that if you wouldn't believe somebody telling you that your house burnt down or you was at work and you can't go home to verify it, then why would you believe somebody that you gotta go to heaven or hell after you die and you ain't dead and they ain't dead to verify it? Ain't nobody came back from the dead to tell us nothing. So nobody knows what's gonna happen after you die, and it seems like you're just gonna be dead. So I wouldn't take nobody's word for that, especially if they telling me about some eternal hellfire or some shit. That's just like somebody telling you your house burned down and you ain't verified. But man, I think we had a good show. We've been going for about an hour and a half, so we're gonna get on out of here, man. I appreciate you calling in, DSA, man. It's always good talking to you, brother. And
Man, it's always good talking to y'all, man. Appreciate it, y'all. Much love to everybody in the chat and everything like that, though.
for sure, man. And hello, welcome everybody. I want to thank y'all for tuning in and watching this Ray Hagen sermon with us. But the topic of tonight's discussion is atheists need love too. And just a reminder, this is a live call-in show, so if you have any questions, comments, or concerns, suggestions, whatever you got, you can call in and join, be part of the show, be part of the conversation. The number is right there on the bottom of the screen, and it's also listed in this video's description. So, it was a couple of people in the comments talking about God is real. I don't know if those people are still watching, but if you are, I encourage you to call in. Because God is definitely not real. It's an imaginary creature similar to the Tooth Fairy or Iron Man or the Loch Ness Monster. But first, before we get into debates about does God exist, let's first establish who has the burden of proof. You see, if I say I don't believe in leprechauns, I don't then have to prove that there are no leprechauns throughout the universe. I'm simply not convinced that there are any in the universe. So, I don't have the burden of proof if I don't believe in leprechauns. And likewise, I don't have the burden of proof if I don't believe in your God. The one who is making the claim is always the one who has the burden of proof, not the one who is rejecting the claim. Now, in certain circumstances, I may take on the burden of proof if I say definitely for a fact 100% certain the God that you have described to me does not exist. And I'm prepared to prove that those gods don't exist. So the God that comes up most in my discussion seems to be this simple creator God. Because, you know, most people when they get in a live conversation, they don't want to debate about something that they can't prove. So they rely on their argument from ignorance and say, well, we don't know where the universe came from. We don't know how life began. So I'm just going to say my God done it. Well, the reason why I can prove that that is not true is, well, for A, creation is necessarily a temporal thing, meaning it takes time to create. So, if there was a God that created things, time would have to precede this God, which means this God did not create time. Which then means this God would be dependent on time. God needs time to do anything. God needs time to even exist. But time does not need a God. God needs time. But God is supposed to be the end all be all, the all powerful, the Alpha and Omega. So that's an oxymoron if you bring time into effect. Also, if God exists outside of time, then how can he interact within time? How can he answer prayers or perform miracles? You cannot have it both ways. Alright? And then you got to understand why people made up gods in the first place. It was usually to explain things that they didn't understand. Like mudslides, tsunamis, you know, drastic shit that would happen, droughts. They would blame these things on gods. Thor, Zeus, Poseidon, etc. But people no longer believe in those gods. Now they only believe in these God of the gaps, in the things that we don't know today. But just like we learned what lightning was, and we no longer believe in Zeus, one day we just might learn where life came from and where the universe, how it originated. If it originated at all, I don't see what's the big problem with the universe being eternal. You say your God is eternal. Why can't the universe be eternal? I mean, you know the universe exists, at least. So the reason why God is a bad answer to the question of origins is because it raises more questions than it answers. Because now, if I was to accept your answer that God done it, God farted and the universe came out. Now I want to know, where did God come from? How did God create the universe? Does he have hands? Did he, like I said, did he just fart the universe out? Or like the Bible say, did he speak it into existence? How do you know these things? Are you just pulling these pseudo facts out your ass? Or can you prove it? Another argument that we commonly get on this show is the watchmaker argument. They say, well, look at everything. How you can't see that everything is working together? And because everything worked together, that means it got to be some creator. No, it doesn't. We are looking at Earth billions of years after it formed. A billion is a long time. You could have started counting when you were born, and you wouldn't have got to a billion until you turned 30 years old. That's how big that number is. It's a big number. So Earth is at least 4 billion years old, at least. Probably older, but at least 4 billion years old. And you looking at all of this life and all these ecosystems working together, and you say, wow, must be some creator. But you're not taking into account all of the species that are extinct, that didn't fucking make it because they weren't suited for this environment. They didn't have a symbiotic relationship with the other animals in the environment. So it's called counting the hits and forgetting the misses. And there's way, way, way more misses than there are hits. Now, ain't it crazy that the scariest thought for some Christians, the scariest thing to these people is the one thing that just might set us free. Knowledge that there is no God and we are left to our own devices. We can't pray our problems away. But I digress. The purpose of this episode was to talk about atheists need love too. So I believe my co-host is in the building. Or who we got in the building? 512 area code?
Yeah, this me, Kwame.
Okay,
What's up?
That's Kwame. What's going on, bro? You are on the air, man. Talk to the people.
Oh yeah, man. It's been a while, man, since we've done anything like this. Man, I feel like it's time we get active. We got to get active, man, because I feel like, yes, you're putting out the information with Ray Hagers and, a lot of things that our people have not seen. But I think it's time for us to get active, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, man, so atheists need love too. And I'm going to give y'all my story. So, of course, it's going to sound embarrassing, but I be on a dating site called BLK. So I do read bios, and some of these women don't have bios. So they like me back and stuff like that, tell me I'm handsome and all this other good stuff. So we finally exchange numbers. So once we exchange numbers, here go, God this and God that. I was like, I be trying not to bring it up because I feel like this. In the beginning, when you're getting to know each other, or if you're on a date, I feel like nobody should bring up religion or politics. I think that would be like an embarrassing thing. Secondly, I'm in the South, just like Quayle. We both in the South, and it's like our women are the most religious women. And if you don't believe in God, you're not good enough. You're a sinner. You're not qualified to be a husband. When has religion ever qualified anybody to be a fucking husband or a wife? I want somebody to really tell me that. What qualifies you to be a husband or a wife when it comes to religion? Because a lot of religious people are the worst. Their morality is objective because they're going by a book. They're going by a fucking book. So this chick gonna tell me, we had a little argument today, but I remain my friend because you know what? I don't stoop to a woman's emotions. Okay, and because I consider myself an alpha male, so alpha males know not to stoop to remain their friend, not to stoop to the level, to the emotional level when it comes to arguing with anybody, whether it's male or female. But anyway, she gets frustrated. I'm just still cool. I listened to her for like 10 minutes. Talking about she wasn't brought up in the church, I knew that was a lie. Talking about nobody brought her to Christ, I knew that was a lie. Talking about she heard God talk to her audibly, I said that was a lie. I said, well, Nick, can you talk to God right now? And while we're on the phone, and he say something. And that made her even more mad. So because I didn't listen to her, long story short, just because I didn't listen to what she had to say, because I started talking about the Council of Nicaea, and she said, oh, that was written by man. Man did that. I said, well, man wrote your book. But God said they was inspired, though. They said it was inspired. Oh, so when it comes to your shit, it's correct. You know what I'm saying? Because these, Paul never met Jesus. And a lot of Paul's writings were forgeries. Nobody knew. The only thing Paul wrote, Paul. You know what I'm saying? Or the book of, what's that shit? I'm for real. Like, I don't even believe Paul wrote Paul.
Acts, Galatians, all that shit they said he wrote.
Yeah. Yeah. So this shit so we get into argument. She said, you know what? I'm just going to leave it alone. You're not my husband. She said, I'm going to pray for you. I said, well, you pray for me, I'll be thinking for you. And she hung up in my face. This happened to me twice in a week. All these religious ass black women and people, I'm like Chris Rock said, anybody that still believes in Christianity has short-term memory loss, meaning that you don't forget how you became a Christian. And I want to ask anybody that's in the audience. I want to ask anybody that's in the audience right now. Can anybody Tell me in a time of history where black people were Christians before they was enslaved. How did we become Christians without being enslaved? I don't think nobody can answer that question.
Or Muslims.
Because the only evidence that you do have. Say what?
I said, or Muslims either, for that matter.
Yeah, Muslim, yeah. And then, I tried to, I left something out. She did say that Africans sold themselves into slavery, and I just basically face palmed. I said, oh, not this shit again. She said, she said, no, we don't talk about it. I said, okay. I said, well, I've been to Africa, I was in the military, and I talked to the natives. They said that the only reason why it seemed the white man put that out there is because when the sub-Saharan slave trade happened with the Arabs, they enslaved Africans and forced other Africans to go get other Africans. Same shit that they did over here. Like when they had runaway slaves over here in the South, they sent other slaves to go catch those slaves. Same shit. So that's why it looks like that black people sold each other into slavery. I said, well, show me a bill of sale then. If a black man sold another black man, as a matter of fact, show me some African kings that went over into Europe, that went over into fucking Saudi Arabia to say, hey, I got some niggas, y'all want them? Yeah, they some good ass niggas, man. They work the field and everything, and I got some fine ass, some nigga bitches. Please tell me, hey, y'all want some, man? Hey, look, I want 50,000 per African. Y'all can hook me up some guns and shit. Give me some tobacco. All right, then, cool. I want to see the contract between African kings and African kings and Arabs. And African kings and Europeans, that they all sat down and said, yeah, I want some of your niggas. Yeah, I'm taking them to America and help them build America.
It's
then
crazy,
make them 3/4 of a man.
Shit so far in people's mind, like I heard at least 2 black people, I'm talking about like black as me, say that same thing. Like we were talking about how fucked up slavery was or whatever. And they said, well, but black people sold black people into slavery. Like, first of all, I really don't. That's beside the point, because we know for a fact that white people did it. So if it was a few coons, it's always some motherfucking, you know what I'm saying, Uncle Tom ass, coon ass motherfuckers that's gonna sell out. So if it was a few sellouts, that don't mean that slavery was done by black people. So you know what I'm saying, they don't dismiss it. It's almost like the same thing they do with police brutality and black on black crime. They say, oh well, black people kill black people all the time. That don't mean that the police supposed to kill them. You know what I'm saying? That's 2 different issues.
Yeah, it's like victim blaming. The victim blaming the victim. Come on, man. The victim blaming the victim. That's sad, bro. Like, it's mainly our brothers ain't even that religious. I talked to some Christian brothers and man, they said, really, we walking away from this shit. He said, man, I don't even fucking go to church. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Nemo Ho says, tell them to read it. Yeah, oh yeah, she did talk about Genesis. I quoted Genesis 1:1 verbatim, but I'm gonna deal with that after I finish the topic with Quayla was just talking about. So yeah, man, it's like the European, they enslaved us, right? And they got us believing that Africa did it to us. Like the kidnappers sold themselves into slavery. How the fuck a kidnapper? It's like, oh my goodness, like I don't even know, man. It's like so mind-boggling. This lets me know that black women in the South, and I exclusively date black women. No offense to whites or Mexicans or whatever, but I exclusively date black women. But I know it's gonna piss some black people off, man. It's like I'm starting to venture off into other races, even though I never done it before. But because I feel like our black women, or some of our black women, are just stupid.
If you really want a black woman, just get one that's like from the motherland, you know what I'm saying? They got black women in Panama and Dominican Republic and all type of shit, man. Black people everywhere. Like I found that it's something about this country and the way that people raised here, that any American born woman is gonna have, like, either she gonna be materialistic, she gonna be religious, she gonna be a gold digger.
Yep.
It's rare that you find a real like queen that's born in America. You know what I'm saying? You got to get you one from Bangladesh or something. She could still be black, but she just
like this Senegal, Guinea-Bissau. You know, you gotta leave the Nigerian women alone, because them suckers is religious, boy. God, now I would not date a Nigerian, even though my bloodline goes back to the Yoruba tribe. I still would not date a Nigerian, not a modern day Nigerian. You know what I'm saying? People in Ghana, Khan tribes and stuff, they're not religious.
You can finish, Kwame. I'm letting the people in the chat know that The phone lines are open. Anybody can call in. They are open. The number is on the screen. So, Sweet Pea, you can go ahead call in because we're not answering questions in the chat no more. This is a call-in show, so if you want to participate, you got to call in. Appreciate it.
Yeah, all y'all can do, if you want to, we'll answer questions if you do a super chat. That's the only way we're going to answer a question is if you super chat. Yeah, we'll answer it then. Go on to super chat. That'll help us out. But if you want to be calling, yeah, that's the only way we're going to do it. That's how Quayle and I are running the show. Thank you.
And while we on this,
Nemo said,
hold on to your thought, man, because I want you to keep going. But I just want to let everybody know that we are going to change the name of the show real soon. We haven't solidified the name yet, and we are open to suggestions. So anybody that have any, you can go to quellykush.com and send us a message in the contact box, and we are open to your suggestions. So the name of the show will be changing, and we don't want to speak too much about what's going on, but just stay tuned because there's going to be a lot of big changes coming to the Quelly Kush channel and quellykush.com. Me and Kwame both going to be doing some things. So make sure y'all stay tuned, and it's a good change, so nothing bad.
Right, and I'm gonna start Bible Comedy Hour tomorrow. I'm gonna start putting some stuff out, on the channel as well. So I'm gonna do Bible Comedy Hour about an hour and stuff like that. Then we'll open up the phone line. So be on the lookout for be on the lookout for that as well. Sweet package or whatever. Yes, no, you call in right now. The number's on the screen, so you can call in. I don't know if you're male or female, but you can call in right now. We'll let you have the floor. But your argument has to be sound. It has to be relevant to the topic. That's all we ask. Now, back to what I was saying. So we talked about enslaving Africa. So it's sad, like Ray Hagan said, he that controls the printed page controls the thinking of the age. It's to the point where this woman argued me down, and I'm up here, I'm in my room because I'm getting a little heated myself, so I started doing some push-ups. I put my pull-up bar up, I started doing some pull-ups because she was really getting under my skin a little bit. But I ain't gonna lie, she was getting under my skin a little bit. I'm like, oh, this motherfucker right here. Oh, don't come with that European shit. Don't come with that European shit. Stop blaming the white man. I'm gonna blame that motherfucker when I wake up in the morning, when I sit down on the toilet, take a shit, when I eat breakfast. I'm gonna blame him because you know why? Because he put us in his mindset. You're too stupid to get away from it, and you feel like you have to be right. These are the few things that women do when you argue with a woman. They want to insult, they want to guilt trip you, they want to name call, and they want to feel they got to feel the need to be right. You cannot argue with a woman because she even said she's getting frustrated. I told her I didn't even block her. I went on Facebook and went live and talked about her. Because she went through my Facebook because like something was wrong with her phone, so we did Facebook. So we did like a little Facebook live or whatever. I mean not live, but Facebook Messenger. And then she said, well, cause I told her, I said, look, I'm doing some chores, I'm cleaning up my house, I'm gonna go wash my cars. You know what I'm saying? So after I did that, so that's when she called me. I guess she knew I was done for some reason. And she said, well, I did some research and I might not be the woman that you want. I said, what are you talking about? Well, you're an atheist. I'm a woman of God. I said, well, what makes you a woman of God? She said, well, just because I believe in wholeheartedly, I follow his laws, statutes, and commandments. I said, okay. I said, okay, well, why aren't you stoning homosexual? Well, that was the old ways. They don't do that now. I said, well, wait a minute. How the fuck you gonna say that you a woman of God, you follow the law, statutes, and commandments, but when I say, well, why aren't you stoning homosexuals or beating your kid when she was, because I was on video chat with her last night, and she made her kid like do squats against the wall or some shit. I said, and I'm thinking to myself, like, man, I already knew it was gonna be disastrous anyway. So I started to bring it up. I said, no, I don't want to bring nobody kids up in a conversation like that. So that's when it started getting like, she talking about everything I'm learning is wrong. And because I told her I went to seminary school, I said I went to Jarvis Christian College and to be a minister. And my own minister was telling me that shit. He's been in there for years. So she going to say that he's wrong. I'm thinking about him like, you dumb bitch. That's like you telling you don't know nothing about brain surgery. You don't know nothing about brain surgery, but you telling the brain surgeon that he don't know what he's doing. Like, what kind of shit is that?
That's what they do, man. Because she working on belief, man. And you know what? I also learned that some people just can't be reached, man. Cause I got people that I've been trying to like spoon feed for years, and it's like they in the same spot. They still coming back with the same logical fallacies and nonsense arguments, and you know
It's fear.
similar to what
It's
you
all fear.
yeah, to what you say that she sound like, man. So it's like it's two types of people like that. It's the ones that you ain't never gonna get through to because they either out of fear, like you said, they out of fear of believing and they too afraid to stop, or you gotta spoon feed them. You know what I'm saying? So like if y'all was on good terms, I don't know how left it went, but if y'all was on good terms, what I would do, I would just send Shorty like the John Hawkins piece. You know what I'm saying? It's a real quick article, you know what I mean? But it'll tell her all about how the Queen Elizabeth commissioned John Hawkins to go get Africans and sell them as slaves, and they used her ship that was named Jesus. So that'll kill her argument about the blacks and kill her argument about starting Christianity.
Bro, not only that, okay, so I'm glad you brought that up too. She said, do you have a Bible in your home? I said, no, I don't carry no Bible in my home. I said, well, we can look this up. She said, that's the problem. Everybody want to look things up on the internet. No, if it ain't an old King James Bible, then I don't want you reading from it. I said, you mean the one with the slave ship on it? She said, what? I said, yeah. That's the one you're talking about, right? The one with the slave ship. And she said, oh my God. I said, have you seen that Bible with the slave ship? And she said, she didn't even answer. So she went off on a whole nother tangent. Talking about the internet is wrong and the internet does this. I'm like, what?
The internet is wrong and right at the same time. You gotta be smart enough to know the difference between wrong and right information. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, she's talking about that. I'm wrong. She's talking about, well, you got to ask God. You got to read the Bible for yourself. Don't lean onto your own understanding, reading Proverbs or whatever. I think Proverbs what? Do not lean onto your own understanding. I forgot what verse that was. But yeah, man, it's sad. It seems like every time I talk to a woman, they got to bring up God. They ask me, do I go to church? I say, hell no, I don't go to church. I say it just like that because I don't care. I don't care about losing a female. That means you ain't for me. You know what I'm saying? But this thing, the pick of the litter down here in the South, y'all, is you got what's the percentage now? We got 89%. We got less than 90% finally. Because it used to be 99% religious. Now it's like less than 90% of women are religious. But
you got a lot of people that call themselves spiritual. You know, I be hearing that a lot. They call themselves spiritual, but then like if you talk to them, you ask them questions, they still Christian minded, most of them. You know what I'm saying? If not that, they Muslim. You know what I'm saying? I'm the only atheist that I know that's not on the internet. You know what I'm saying? Straight up.
Yeah, exactly. So then we got into the conversation of faith healing. That pissed her off because I said, well, why faith healers are healing people in the church and not in the hospitals? And then she's talking about, well, I ain't worried about all that. I'm worried about what God did for me. I said, well, that sounds like individualism. Like you only like your God will take his time out of his day to help you pay a car note when Johnny over here or little Tyrone or little Leia over here getting raped. You know what I'm saying, by their uncle or whatever. She said, that's not individualism. What are you talking about? That don't make no sense. It makes perfect sense. Well, it don't make sense to you because you're not incapable of thinking outside the box. You're still stuck in this echo chamber thinking that you're right and you're bouncing ideas off of yourself. And then I told her, I said, well, enjoy your farm full of cats. You got a daughter, but you're going to die alone. You're going to die alone because not all men, I say the percentage of men that I looked at the last poll was 57%. The percentage of women that are religious is about, like I said, about 80-some%. 89% are religious women that still believe in Christianity, stuff like that. So a lot of them women that want to bring up God. See, you know what? This is another thing. I think the women I talked to, Quay, that bring up God, they probably felt like I was a man of God. I need to probably change my profile and say, look, I'm not interested in your God. I probably need to take some words out and put like, I'm not interested in your God, so don't come at me that way. That'll narrow down a lot of women hitting me up on the internet. So once I say that shit, they probably narrow down it all the way to the woman that's spiritual or atheist or whatever. I don't care about a spiritual one because women that say that they're spiritual, they're really non-believers, and they say that shit's kind of like hide the fact that they're atheists. I think that's why people do it. That I'm spiritual too.
Because
Yeah.
for years I was calling myself spiritual, but not religious. And really, I was an atheist. I just didn't, you know what I'm saying? I never asked myself the question if God don't exist, because I just took it for granted that, okay, there's a God and the sky is blue and 2 plus 2 is 4. Like, I just knew that there was a God. And then the first time I asked myself, what if God ain't even real? It's like a light bulb went off. I was like, holy shit. I ain't got no reason to think that he is real, other than the motherfucker told me that. So it's like some people might just be delusional,
Yeah, and I want to bring up another topic later on, like on another date, or I might just do like a recording and send it to you, and that way, I don't want to put it on it all in one show, you know what I'm saying? But everybody thought, because I'm the only person in my family that's an atheist, everybody thought that God was gonna come kill me. Everybody thought that, well, I'm gonna have an insurance policy on you because you don't believe in God, blah blah blah. Rise in power to my cousin. He was a super Christian. He died like last month. They found him in his apartment dead. He had so much caffeine in his system, he had a heart attack because he worked 3 jobs. He was a super Christian. Everybody was expecting me to die because I didn't believe. But my cousin, who was a believer and worked 3 jobs, worked himself into the ground basically, he died. I told my mom, I said, look, death does not care whether you're an atheist or a Christian or a Muslim or a Jew. It does not care. So if y'all going off like, oh, because I don't believe something's going to happen to me. I've been an atheist since I was 28. I woke up easily because I asked myself the simple question, what if this stuff isn't true? Because so much shit was going wrong in my life, and I was still, my story is I was still on my knees begging God, and, I was homeless in Austin. And, until I found a place to stay. Because my cousin that passed away did help me find a place to stay. And it was with him in this big-ass house in Del Valley. So he said, well, I don't want to hear about your atheist. I remember, I never forget it, man, when he was alive. He said, I don't want to hear about your atheist stuff. Don't talk about that stuff in this house or whatever. I said, okay, cool. You ain't got to worry about that.
David.
So he helped me get a place.
561 area code. What's your name?
Has joined. Hey, man, how are you? I'm calling from Florida.
What's your name?
David,
what's going on? What you got for us, man?
Actually, I don't have much to bring to the conversation. I just happened to stumble upon this channel on YouTube, and I've been listening for a bit. And I actually wanted to learn more. I wanted to know if there was any additional information or resources or anything you could point me in the direction of for someone who's interested in learning more about the truth. I was raised Catholic, and I converted to Christianity, and I've been a believer in God for quite some time. But I'm the kind of person, I like to question my own faith because it lets me know whether it's real or not. But as I've been listening to this conversation, a lot of the things that I'm listening to an extent, make sense. And I just wanted to know if there was anything aside from this that I could look into to help deepen my understanding as far as, the notion that God may not be real and he may be made up, and things about the queen and the white man and things of that nature, because I'm the kind of person, there are some Christians who, like he said, talking about that woman from Georgia, how she feels some type of way about this and that, very close-minded, very narrow-minded. But I'm actually the opposite. I'm very open-minded. I'm very willing to learn.
That's good, man. I'm glad you asked, man. So as far as the information,
You're very good.
you can go look in this video's description and it have all the links. But the website is quellykush.com, or you can just scroll through the videos on this YouTube channel. A lot of them are very lengthy, but if you, like you said, you want to learn, you can look at the titles and determine which one you think you might get some information from. We got a lot of stuff up and coming as well, but we also post audio books every day, book recommendations. So if you want to read or listen to the books, and they're all relating or pertaining to this topic. And what is your faith, if you don't mind me asking? What religion?
Well, actually, I consider myself Christian, but I've been actually even studying with Jehovah's Witnesses for 4.5 years. But long story short, I'm so open-minded. I even went to every service of every religion for every week for quite some time. I studied with Muslims and Jewish individuals, Christians, Mormons,
Yeah, you
Seventh-day
sound like
Adventists,
you
and I'm
on your way
always
to being an atheist. That's exactly what I did when I was searching. I was searching for the truth. I was just researching every religion. You know what I mean? My dad was bouncing around from different religions, so I would go to churches with him. So I got to see all the inside and the going ons of different religions. And it's easy to like, if you didn't grow up in the religion, it's easy to kind of spot the bullshit. Like if you're not a Muslim, you think it's kind of pointless to pray 5 times a day and face the east and all that. And if you're not a Christian, you think it's pointless to eat some bread and drink some wine. So it was easy for me to get a better view of what I believed once I was able to see what was available to believe. You know what I mean? Well, Kwame, you wanna add anything on?
Yeah, man, you're on the right path, man, because what did it for me was I just basically started researching. You got to kind of like detach from your religion. Like what you're doing. Well, I think from here what you're saying, you kind of detached a little bit, which is a good thing. That way you're able to open your mind, because a lot of people are afraid to detach from a religion based on the fear factors or the consequences that they were programmed to believe is happening. So don't worry about the consequences, because there's no evidence of a consequence behind detaching from Christianity. Christianity is the most popular religion. 90% of people that are Christians, they believe in this heaven and hell shit. So you gotta think of it like this: Santa Claus. If you're good all year, you're gonna get presents. And the evidence of Santa Claus is presents of the tree, but nobody's ever saw Santa Claus, right? So you got to detach from that belief, because everybody tell you that, the Easter, when you get to a certain age, they're like, the Easter Bunny's not real, Santa Claus is not real, Tooth Fairy is not real. We've been doing this the whole time, right? That's how they get kids when they're young. So it's a good thing, my brother, that you detached from your religion, and that way your mind is to explore. But I'm gonna let you know something, man. Everything extends from ancient Egypt, because the ancient Africans invented paper. So the other gods wasn't found out until paper. Tell me why the ancient Egyptians or the ancient Kemetic people put their gods on the wall, or their deities, or the natural deities, or the N.E.W. on the walls before they made paper. And the other deities from other religions wasn't found out until paper was invented. So if their God was real, why did they God wait till paper was made for them to be known about? You know what I'm saying? So it's a good thing, my brother. Like Ray Hagen's really helped me out, wake up, because he's a pastor and he know how to reach people, you know what I'm saying, through his pastoring. And go ahead, man.
Excuse me, I apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you good.
The individual whom you're speaking of, was he the gentleman, kind of heavy-set bald, who was speaking earlier? Because I tuned in a lot earlier too, listening to this pastor preaching and talking about okay, because I'm not gonna lie, I'm a very spiritual minded individual. I like to be mindful of morality and ethics and anything that defines those and helps people get a sense of right and wrong. And as I was listening to him and whatnot, and I even heard as far back when he had said the thing about people and the young people today and celibacy, and how, this, that, and the other, about, when people, especially the white kids, will go into the schools shooting because, they realized they were lied to, and that, the previous generation did this, that, and the other. I really don't even know how I stumbled upon it, but I actually clicked on it by accident. But as I was listening, I just thought it was very fascinating, because even as you said, detaching from my faith, or detaching from it, one thing I noticed when I told other religions what I was doing, because, I'm a very friendly, outgoing person. I love to learn, and I don't mind admitting when I don't know something. When I don't know something, instead of trying to pretend I know, I acknowledge the fact that I don't, and I purposely seek out a way where I can understand, attempting to be humble. And that's one thing that a lot of these religions liked in the beginning. But once I got to know things and I got to see things and I started to question, they kind of got uneasy. But especially when I admitted that I was studying with area of the religion, that's when I don't want to say I was excommunicated, but it's like especially with religious leaders, how can you kick someone out when everyone likes them, when they're very charismatic, when they show to be a really good person? How do you do something without looking bad to everybody else? But it got to a point where they would say things like, "Oh, he's trying to confuse you. I wasn't trying to confuse anybody. I didn't go in there proclaiming one thing and another. I didn't go in there condemning anything or defending anything. I just came in there questioning, trying to understand even the word of God. Well, the book that was written."
Can I ask you a question though? I don't mean to cut you off. Can I ask you a question? What brought you to that milestone? What brought you to that wall in your life to say, "Hey, let me question everything"? Because beforehand you did question based off of some certain fears you may have had. I don't know you, but what brought you? Can you explain to the audience, like, what brought you to that wall, that milestone in your life, to say, "Hey, let me open my mind up a little bit"? Because that's what I did. The milestone, came for me when I realized that trouble hits anybody. Shit falls. The rain falls everywhere, so you can't pray for raindrops not to hit you. They're gonna hit you anyway because they hit everybody when you're outside. Same thing with death and problems of the world and stuff like that. What brought you to that milestone?
To be honest, it was hearing a conversation once about another religion, and me being told that they were wrong and we were right. And I just went to that other religion and I said, "Hey, what do you guys believe?" And the thing that got me was a lot of the beliefs were similar. And then I started wondering, why are some things the same and so many things different? And a lot of them have similar roots when it comes to certain beliefs derived from the same book, the Bible. But somewhere along the way, they each have different stories about how they veered off. And the one thing that gets me the most is, how can you get one book with so many different interpretations and understandings? And I found it fascinating, but also it made me think to myself, well, if this could be true, then are we the ones wrong? And it just made me, with the way people were reacting to me, it just made me realize this is the kind of thing I would have to do on my own, because I can't ask somebody to come with me and help me understand. It's the kind of thing where you just got to be mature enough and wise enough and have enough discernment to say, listen, this is what I'm going to veer off to learn more, to make up my own mind, to acquire my own understanding. Because at the end of the day, when I would even ask pastors and priests and imams and rabbis and elders and all this stuff about how they know they're true and they're wrong, at the end of the day, they couldn't even tell me. They just regurgitate information that was passed on to them and passed on to them. You know how, like, when some kids are born, some things are hereditary, and sometimes you can acquire traits from your mother and your father. Just like certain things can be passed on from one generation to another, with certain entire demographics, with certain nations as a whole, just like education can be passed on, ignorance can be passed on too. And I just found it kind of bothersome when sometimes even the leaders didn't realize they're misleading the followers, because that's something I take pretty seriously, and I didn't want to be misled anymore. At least in my eyes, that's what I realized.
Okay, good answer. Did you see? Well, the thing for me, it was like looking at the life. I didn't. Now you dealt with the religion. I still kind of stayed in Christianity, and it was like, for me, it was like I felt like the fall was 90 feet when the fall was only 2 inches. So you did more of what I did, but see, I looked at reality, and I'm not saying you didn't look at reality, but what helped me was looking at reality. I stood out in the backyard. I was target practice. I was out in the country in Austin, so I was shooting my gun in the backyard. You know what I'm saying? Doing some target practice. I'm like, man, and you will not believe what I did. See, I didn't even tell my boy Quayle this. Quayle, you know what I did, man?
What?
You wanna know what I did, bro? Guess what I put on the tree? I put a Bible on the tree. I think I did think about me shooting the Bible, like the light did. Because it was around that time I was like 28, 29, like that. I said, Lord, if this is true, and I know it's a stupid way, because we already knew that the laws of physics were basically me shooting a bullet at a Bible is going to destroy it. But in my Christian mind at the time, I said, if this religion is true, this bullet should stop this Bible. I mean, this Bible should stop this bullet. Man, that Bible shattered into pieces when I shot it. but that wasn't the all to be all. But I started like looking at other red pill content. I'm gonna start a website or a group called the Red Pill Cartel. You know what I'm saying? So what reason why I call it the Red Pill Cartel is people that's coming out of religion into atheism, reason and stuff like that. So everybody needs to be red pill because Bible to me is blue pill. It starts with a B, so blue pill, Bible, beta males, all the other shit. So you gotta look at it like that. So it's a blue pill concept. But that's what it did for me, man. Looking at life's trials and tribulations, troubles. When that and also I was in Austin when that guy took that plane and ran it into the IRS office. I said, why didn't God stop that? Why didn't God stop that guy from taking a plane and crashing into the IRS building off of Ben White in Austin, Texas? You know what I'm saying? So, and the guy, and come to find out, the guy, he was religious. Yeah, go ahead, bro.
I was just gonna say, what helped me a lot was reading as well. The first book that kind of got me started in my search, and at the time I used to call it a spiritual journey because I kept bouncing. Like you said, you were studying different religions. I kept bouncing from ideology to ideology, but I would never cling to one all the way. It's just I would hear a new one and it sound right to me. You know what I mean? And I didn't know about skepticism and fallacies and you know how to question things and epistemology. I didn't know none of them words back then. So I was just like, what, law of attraction? Let me see what that's about. You know, just going into everything. But the first book that got me started in that was a book called What God Wants by N.E.W. And you can go to my website and get that at quellykush.com for free. And it's an easy read. You can read it in a couple hours, or you can listen to the audiobook. But it just gives you a bunch of questions that you can ask yourself, that when you ask yourself these questions, it'll be apparent to you that religion makes no sense. You know what I mean? Because like the title of the book, What God Wants. So like if God has everything, he is everything, right? What the fuck could you want if you already are everything? How could you want? So God don't want nothing from you, basically, is the gist of it. You know what I mean? He can't if he really exists. And that was the first thing that got me started, because at the time when I read that book, I was a Christian. So I was like, damn, okay, God don't really care about if I'm going to church or not. You know what I mean? Or I see bad people have good lives all the time. You know what I mean? And rest in peace to DMX. But if y'all saw the stories, before he got on as a rapper, he was pretty much an asshole, you know, going around robbing people all the time and shit with a dog. So he got blessed with a tremendous career, you know what I mean? And he wasn't no saint. So how do you look at that and then look at, you know what I'm saying, my friend Tim, who died when he was 17, or my friend Ted, who died when he was 19, doing everything right. You know what I mean? Not hurting nobody. So things like that is what kind of opened my eyes to the fact that religion was bullshit. And I've read like hundreds of books over the years, but definitely some good reads that I always recommend for people when they on a search or their spiritual journey is What God Wants. And you sound like you pretty open-minded and shit, so I would already like recommend Christopher Hitchens, any Christopher Hitchens books. If you haven't already read those. You might need a dictionary alongside, because he like to use big ass words and shit. But Richard Dawkins got some good books out there. Let me see, Richard Carrier, he's got some good books about debunking Christianity. He's a historian, so he'll give you the whole.
Hey, Quay, only cut you off. But guess what?
What's up?
Guess what? Me and the girl that got into it, I'm trying to get her to call in. She texted me on Facebook, and she said, I said, well, maybe you have some information that we don't know. The number and access code is there. So I think she's going to call in. So go ahead, finish. But I got the girl that me and her got into it. We kind of broke up behind it, but hopefully she'll call in.
Tell her call in. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I'm on Facebook right now talking to her.
Hey, what's up?
Go ahead, bro.
Call in, man. But yeah, and also the golden stool. You know, you mentioned earlier about asking about the Queen and the good ship Jesus, and how they commissioned John Hawkins to get slaves, and they use Christianity as a means to lure them in and all that stuff. And the Golden Stool is a good book. is read by a Christian missionary who like he told on them without really knowing that he was telling on them. He was just really writing a book telling the truth. But when you read it, it's apparent that Christianity was the tool used to enslave Africans, and that's the history.
I see what you're saying, and I'm noticing.
Go ahead, David.
Yes, I see what you're saying, and I'm noticing. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say I see what you're saying, and I'm noticing here the links you were referring to because I want to look into this more, and I want to I just find it fascinating. One last thing I wanted to mention, and please correct me if I'm wrong. I just want to get your opinion on this. When the gentleman who mentioned shooting the Bible when he was like 28, 29, and he went ahead and wanted to see if anything would happen. I wanted to know what's your opinion on the scripture that says to not test God, because in the Bible it also, and I'm only asking this question to get an opinion. I'm not questioning or trying to challenge the viewpoint that you already have. I'm trying to understand it. So in regards to that, the scripture that says not to test them, but also the scripture that speaks of free agency when he first created, when the book says that, he created the world and he created Adam and Eve in God's own image and things of that nature. When he had mentioned that, when he instructed them, you can have anything in the garden, but you will not eat of the tree, for surely you'll surely die, and your eyes will be open and things of that nature, insinuating that we have the choice. So just your opinion, some people will listen to that and say, well, he's not going to intervene because, number one, it says not to test them. And then also, number two, he's not going to stop you from doing it because it says you do have a choice. There's nothing new under the sun. Because as I'm listening to you, I understand. I got you. And I can see why you would do that, because you want to know for yourself. And that's an honest action. You're sincere with your intent to know. Other people would say something like that. So if I was to question them in regards to something like this, but knowing what they would say, what would be your response to that?
Well, my response is, okay, so it's like, okay, so the reason why when I did that, because the reason why I did that is to see if something would happen. It's like what scientists do when they say, well, we want to see if this works. Like they tested prayer with the Templeton Foundation. Quaylen knows about the Templeton Foundation. They're still you still got Christians trying to say prayer works through the Templeton Foundation. So trying to get that prize or whatever. But what I say to that is, plus I was young. I'm a security officer. I do armed security. I work for Brinks. I work for Brinks and Loomis. I deliver money for a living. So, but the thing is, I was back in my backyard, like I said. Quaylen, she just texted. She said she's gonna call in 5 minutes. So so this is gonna be epic, man, because YouTube is gonna see that Kwame is not lying about how women in the South are. So the woman that basically didn't want to be with me anymore, she's actually gonna call in. So be ready for that, y'all. And also, brother that's on the phone, stay online because you still kind of Christian. You still a Christian. Maybe you can basically throw some insight at her too. But I must warn y'all, she's gonna be kind of hard to deal with because it was hard for me to deal with her. So, Quaylen, are you ready for that?
Are you ready for that? That's your bag of bones.
Hey, look. I'm just saying for the show though, for the show purpose.
Yeah. I'm always.
I'm just saying. Give me, everybody in the comments. If you're in the comments, give us a thumbs up. You ready for Shay to call in? The girl that basically told me she didn't want to be with me no more because I'm an atheist. She's gonna call in about 5 minutes. She just texted me on Facebook because she's about to call in 5 minutes. So y'all ready for this? Thumbs up.
Yes. Sir.
Anyway, so I'm So the thing is, you have to test and see if anything works, because we get all these sayings like, oh, if you don't believe in God, God gonna strike you. Like if you say something, if you say goddamn, oh, God gonna get you for saying goddamn, or you're gonna get struck by lightning when you talk about Jesus crucifixion. Has it ever happened? No. That should let people know right there. That's all superstition. It's really superstitious beliefs. It's really superstition. So I wanted to see if something was going to happen to me if I shot the Bible. Because I really got it from Brother Polite. And when Polite shot the Bible, it doesn't happen to him. I said, well, maybe God ain't even worried about Polite. Let me see if God does something to me. And I shot the Bible with 140 caliber bullet, and that Bible shattered into pieces. And so, so it didn't happen to me either. So I'm like, wait a minute.
To that verse, that not to test God, I always, because it's hard for me to, if you just think plainly and clearly, just think. Why would the creator of the universe write a book? Books are written by people. All right. So if the creator of the universe was going to communicate with everybody, I don't think he would do it the same way a person do it. But anyway, if you look at it like the alternative, you look at the two possibilities, like Kwame was saying, you do it like a scientist does. So hypothesis A, God wrote this book, or God inspired this book, and he said, don't test God. Hypothesis B, man wrote this book, and they say, don't test God. Now, hypothesis B makes a lot more sense to me, because instead of all these questions like why would God write a book, that I'm left with hypothesis A and hypothesis B, all of these questions make sense, because a man would say don't test God, because if you test it, you're going to find out that it ain't there. So he wants you to not test it. He wants to scare you into not testing his lie. So in hypothesis B, I have an explanation. Now I can test it, and if it doesn't get unproven, I can develop my hypothesis into a theory. You can't do that with hypothesis A, that God wrote it, because you just left with more questions.
She's trying to say this is an invalid pen. I gave her the right pen. She's trying to say, oh, it says invalid pen. No, it's the right pen. 778-8065. I said, that's the right pen. Stop playing. So she's trying to say it's an invalid pen. She's trying to call in now.
So come on. She can also.
I'm sorry, Clay. I didn't mean to.
You good? I was done. She can also just click the link on the computer and join from a computer. She ain't got to show her camera or nothing if she don't want to.
All right, let me go ahead and finish. I'm gonna find that link right now.
All right, but I guess let me take some time to do the book of the day. So just hold on for about 2 minutes since we didn't do it yet. And you were asking also for some more information. So this is what one of the segments of our show, what we do. We just recommend books, the audio version, because that's the way I read books now, and I like it a lot. So I recommend it to people that I learn so much shit just listening to books, you know what I mean? While other people listening to Trippy Red or whatever, I'm listening to an audiobook. So today's audiobook is Atheist Universe, the thinking person's answer to Christian fundamentalism. It is very on topic with your question. So is there really a God, or does God exist only in our head? Is the Bible truly God's word, or is it just a jumble of fanatical myths? Atheist Universe details why God is unnecessary to explain the universe's diversity, organization, and beauty. Using simple, straightforward logic, this audiobook rebutes every argument that claims to prove God's existence. A comprehensive primer for countering today's religious dogma, Atheist Universe addresses all the historical and scientific questions, including what is atheism and why is it so misunderstood? If God is just a myth, then how did the universe get here? Without God, is there objective right and wrong? And what is the meaning of life without God? Is there evidence of Jesus' miracles and resurrection? No. Can atheists explain near-death experiences and medical miracles? Yes. Can science and the Bible realistically be reconciled? And what is behind-the-scenes relationship between politics and religion? And the link to this free audiobook is in the description. All right. Peace to Brother Kwame. He had to get back to his job and everything, but you know what I'm saying, we're going to be back next week, same time, under the new name, Atheist Church Live, and you can still get it on the podcast. So I know a lot of people have been listening to the podcast on the lecture. We want to thank y'all for showing us love. You know what I'm saying? We appreciate all that stuff. The show gets bigger and bigger every week. So just make sure you request for the Atheist Church Live on your smart speaker. And everybody else that's already listening, I appreciate you. Just remember that you can also subscribe to us on YouTube, and everybody that's on YouTube, remember that you can also subscribe to us on the podcast. And check out QualityCush.com for other book recommendations and articles and the other podcasts that we host and all that good stuff like that. And we will see y'all.
All right, folks, it's about that time. Now is the last chance to get your entries in for the reverse collection plate. Let's get it started.
On top of the motherfucking piano, bitch. It's a tip glass. Put some money in that bitch. And get the fuck on.
What?
Check this tankle out. Bad as a motherfucker with my fingers.
Whatever. Fuck that nigga.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, mammals and cats, dogs, chickens, ducks, and all that.
All right, folks, now's your last chance. You got about 60 seconds to send $1 to Atheist Church on Cash App. And make sure you spell that correctly. It's Atheist Church, $ Atheist Church on Cash App. It's right there on the bottom of the screen if you can't spell. Send $1. That is your entry into the pool. And what we're going to do is we're going to put all the names into a pot, and we're going to pick one name, and one person is going to win all that money. Let's see what we got. Shout out to Vernon Herman for his entry into the reverse collection plate. Shout out to Steve. Only 2 entries. So if I don't see any more entries in a few seconds, look like we're gonna have an automatic winner. If one person joins, it'll be 50-50. So what's it gonna be? Y'all gonna join? Y'all gonna barbecue a mildew?
On top of the motherfucking piano, bitch. It's a tip glass. Put some money in that bitch. And get the fuck on.
What?
Check this tankle out.
Barbecue a mildew.
Whatever. Fuck that nigga.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, mammals and cats, dogs, chickens, ducks, and all that.
I want to remind everybody to please go over to Atheist Church Live and subscribe over there on YouTube. If you haven't already, subscribe to the audio podcast and subscribe to this channel as well. And also subscribe to Quali Kush on YouTube and subscribe to the Red Pill Atheist Show on YouTube. That is the new show by Brother Kwame Remesu, which is the co-host on this show. That way you don't miss anything that we're going to bring relating to this topic. All right, so since nobody joined, it looks like we got an automatic winner. So congratulations to Vernon Herman. And appreciate you, Steve the Theorist, for sponsoring this week's reverse collection plate. $20 pot goes to Vernon Herman. Y'all got to make sure y'all join in this reverse collection plate, man. Y'all be missing out. We'll be trying to, as y'all say in y'all religious community, how you say, bless somebody. We be trying to bless y'all. We be trying. But if I don't know your cash app, I can't send you the cash. And it's no sweat off my back because it's not my money. It gets donated. So shout out to Steve the Theorist. Shout out to Danielle War, who donate every week, and appreciate you, We the People, for your super chat, bro. And if you want to support me, my cash app is $ Quali Kush. I'm not allergic to donations. I know a lot of niggas don't like to ask for donations. I'm not allergic to donations. You can send me some money if you want to, but understand that that is separate from the reverse collection plate. If you send it to my Cash App, that's considered. I'm taking that as you want to send me a thank you or saying, hey man, I appreciate what you're doing, or go buy you some new headphones or something. That's what that's for. But if you send it to the Atheist Church, then that is for the raffle. So make sure you send your money to the correct place, and you know what I mean, because a few people be sending me dollars thinking they gonna get into the reverse collection plate. You know, if I was a different type of guy, I could just keep those dollars, but you know, I send them over to the right Cash App. But y'all gotta pay attention to detail. That's what that's called. The reverse collection plate is through the Atheist Church Live Cash App, and of course, my Cash App is my personal Cash App, just like your Cash App. It's your Cash App, and that's $ Quilly Kush. And the co-host Mesu, if you want to support, bro, his Cash App is $ Hemi Muscle 392. That's Hemi Muscle 392. All right, so shout out once again to Vernon Herman. Appreciate you for contributing, kind sir. And you are this week's winner in the reverse collection plate. And don't let nobody tell you that they didn't get it from us if you see them doing it, because we the first people to ever do that, the reverse collection plate. And with that being done, let us get back into the show. Appreciate y'all for tuning in. And again, make sure y'all go and subscribe to all those other channels. Subscribe to the Atheist Church Live, because we will not be airing this show on this channel in about a month's time. We're going to start airing the show on a different channel. It's still going to come on every week, same time, different place. All right. So the link is in the chat. I'm going to throw it in there one more time. But make sure y'all go over there and subscribe, because we don't want y'all to fall off the viewership just because we switch channels. All right. So please subscribe. That's why I'm giving y'all a month's notice, because I know some of y'all going to procrastinate and be like, man, what happened to the show, bro? I told you a month ago we was switching channels. Just go hit subscribe on the other channel. Peace and black power.
I think she's here, man. I think she's here.
Area code 918. What's your name? Where you calling from? Hello, hello. Area code 918. You are on the air. Speak now, or forever hold your peace.
Tell her unmute her mic. Unmute your mic.
No,
your mic might be.
I'm calling from Atlanta.
Atlanta?
Yeah. This is not the person that you are waiting to speak to. I'm waiting for her to get on the call as well.
Okay. What's your name?
Oh, okay. Okay.
Well, my name is Brittany.
I'm sorry, my sound cut out. Can you say that again for me? What's your name?
My name is Bree.
Okay, thank you. Bree, do you have a question or a comment, or were you just tuning in to listen?
I'm just tuning in to listen, for right now at least.
Okay, no problem. Since you're calling on your phone, if you don't have a question, just for sound purposes, I'm gonna put you on mute. But if you want to unmute yourself, all you got to do is press *2. Okay.
Before you go, Bree, you said Bree, right?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you believe and why?
So I believe in God. I believe in the Holy Spirit and Jesus. And why I believe in God, is because like I've been through too much to know that He does exist, that I would not be anything without Him, because of all the things that I have been through that try to torment me, or that try to it's just a lot. Like,
how do you know that it was God that did those things? Are you just giving credit to God? How do you know?
No, I'm giving credit to Him, but I just know that the things I've tried to do on my own, it led me down the wrong way. And then when I gave my life to God, now I'm not saying that, you know, my walk has been perfect, but, you know, like just certain things that has happened in my life, I know that it was nothing but him that, you know, made the way for it to happen.
How do you know
Because
that?
on my own, I know it could not have happened.
How do you know that?
How do I know that?
Yeah.
Okay, well, for instance, so, and I'm going to give you a recent scenario. So I'm from Oklahoma, and I'm in college right now. And I have just recently relocated to Georgia and was not expecting to move to Georgia.
Has joined.
But I felt this heavy tug. Like, I prayed. So I prayed to God. I was like, God, you know, if it's meant for me to move, like, I'm going to need you to open the doors. I'm going to need you to make the way. I'm going to need you to make this happen. Because I know that I wasn't going to do it on my own. Like, I was comfortable. I was settled where I was at. And, like, when I got home, like, an hour later, it was on my heart to go to the CDC website. And I did it. And as soon as I did it, because, like, my degree is in public health. So when I did it, like, these internships for public health came out of the blue. And I was not looking for no internships. I wasn't even thinking about no internships. But these were paid internships here in Atlanta. Well, and I'm just like, okay. It kind of scared me because I'm like,
has joined.
Okay. Like, you know, I just recently prayed for this. Like, you know, I didn't specifically pray for, like, you know, for internships, but I prayed, like, you know, if it was meant for me to move, like, I'm gonna need you to open those doors. And so I tried to run from it. Like, I tried to hide from it, but it kept, like, you know, being tugged on my heart. Like, you know, you need to go do this. Like, hey, do this. So it was like a instinct inside of me, like my inner man was telling me, like, you know, hey, you need to do this. So when I finally had stopped running from it because I was talking to my mentor on the phone. And I was like, man, I really feel like, you know, God is telling me I need to move to Atlanta. And, like, my heart just, like, sunk, like, deep within my stomach because I just got scared, basically. So, you know, she told me, she was like, Brittany, it won't be a test without a testimony. So you need to go ahead and follow what God is telling you to do. I didn't know why he was sending me here or anything, but I know that the prayer that I prayed before led me to that. So when you ask, like, you know, why do I believe? That's the reason why I believe, because if I'm asking for a specific, you know, thing or something like that, it may not come right then and there, but, like, you know, God is not no genie or anything like that. But when we pray about something, when I pray about something, I see that prayer come to pass. It doesn't come to pass within a day or so, but, like, I will eventually see that thing that I prayed about. So that's why I believe. And another thing, the reason why I believe is, you know, like, if I'm just, like, you know, standing or sitting somewhere, I can have an inner voice just come. And, like, to me, I say that that's the Holy Spirit speaking to me. Now, if I listen.
So you have an imaginary friend that you choose to call God, and you give credit to your imaginary friend when good things happen in your life. But do you also give the credit to God for the bad things that happen in your life, or do you just say, oh, those are just things that just happened, or do you say God must have caused those things because they wouldn't have just happened on their own, right?
Well, I mean, a bad things happen to everybody, but it's how you perceive those
good
bad
things happen to everybody.
How you get through those bad things.
Good
but
things
do I
happen to
blame
everybody
him?
Hold up, Brittany. No. Hold up, Brittany. I got this one.
This is Shaquia Raquel Verner. I'm gonna say my full name because I won't. Because
Come on.
I know. This is
Has
Shaquia Raquel
joined.
Verner. I'm from Oklahoma. I moved to Texas. I was invited to this call, and by any means necessary, I'm open to the conversation and discussion. Brittany is my sister in Christ. She's my best friend. I've been on her for 7 years, but I'm going to take over this question. You asked, why did God allow bad things to happen? Well, first and foremost, he said that the weapons formed against us he didn't say it was going to form.
How you doing, Shay?
Before you go into that, I wasn't asking that question. I was asking why God allowed bad things to happen. I was
right, but I'm answering that question, so allow me to answer it, please.
I'm not asking that question. You can't. This is our show. You can't just call up here and start answering.
You said, why does God allow bad things to happen? Okay, so if you're gonna, it may not. Okay, so ask that question again.
I asked her because she had made a statement.
But see, I know her, and that's my sister in Christ, and that's my covering, and I invited her to this line after you invited me to this line.
Okay, Shay. No, Shay, it was me. It's Gerard. Gerard invited you. I invited you. I Facebooked you. I invited you to the line. That's why I said,
and I invited her, so I'm her covering right now.
Okay, but let me.
And so I'm her covering right now.
What's what I'm saying? You answering a question that I wasn't asking. All right, if you're going to answer the question, I'll allow you to answer it, but you're going to answer the question that I actually asked.
Okay, ask me. Okay, so what was the question?
The question was, because she had made a statement, she said that she knew that God had made some things happen in her life because it wouldn't have happened if she done it on her own. So she gives credit to God. So I asked her, does she also give credit when bad things happen, or does she just simply dismiss it as, oh, those are things that just happen? Because you give credit to God for these good things that happen, but do you give credit when bad things happen? Do you say, damn God, why you do this? Or do you just, you don't blame God for that?
Okay, so hold on, let me answer it. Shay, let me answer this question, okay, because it was towards me. So, yes, I give credit, but in the midst of the bad situation, I might not even, because I'm in my emotions, I'm in that moment. What I do is I pray myself through that bad thing. Now, when it's over, I'm going to thank God because, like, you got me through it. And that's just final. Like, I don't believe that God put you in a situation that you can't come out of. You know, like.
Oh really? My daughter was molested. So was that God's plan?
And I'm not saying that God's gonna put that on somebody. You know, things.
But according to the religion.
Hold on. That is just the world that we live in. And I'm sorry that your daughter was molested. I'm not saying that God made said, let's go let Gerard's daughter, or if I said your name wrong, I'm sorry, but
no, that's my name. You call me Kwame.
Okay.
You call me Kwame.
Let me just go tell somebody to go rape Gerard's daughter. No, I believe that your daughter was probably in the wrong place at the wrong time when it happened.
Oh my God! No, she was being babysitted. She was being babysitted.
That's the answer to my question. She just said it. Hold on, come on, we're gonna bring you on in 1 second.
I'm not saying anything negative about the situation. Just hold on.
I know you're not saying nothing else about the situation, but this is what you are saying. You're saying that those are things that just happen. You said those are things that everybody, bad things happen in the world. I forget what your exact wording was, but you didn't say God made it happen. But you give credit to God for the good things that was happening. But hold on, because we got other people on the line and we want to include everybody in the conversation. Hold on. 1 second, please. Come on, add your 2 cents, please.
What's up, brother?
Okay, go ahead.
What's going
on? It just kind of blew my mind when she said that the child was in the wrong place at the wrong time. That's telling me that you're saying that it's the child's fault. He was in the wrong place.
No, I'm not saying that it's the child's fault at all.
That's what you said, though. You said the child was in the wrong place at the wrong time.
What I just said was, when that happened in that particular event, she was in the wrong place at the wrong time. The enemy learned.
She was being babysitted. My child was being babysitted. I paid. Hold on, sis. I paid this woman I paid this woman $100 to watch my kids while I go to Windstar.
Has joined.
Am I joined? What's going
on? 601 area.
So I paid this woman $100, and she allowed her nephew to come in there and molest and touch my daughter.
Am I on?
And don't God,
yes,
don't he set the plan for everybody's life?
Participant. 601 area code. What's your name? Where you calling from? I think she left. Damn. All right.
I'm gonna go on mute. Kwame. I'm a little upset. I'm a little upset about that, man. But I'm gonna go on mute, bro. So I need to refrain myself because I can't believe what they just said, bro. I'm gonna go on mute.
All right, but count to 10, man. You good?
I want to ask the question. Does God, let me ask y'all this. So in the beginning, from the very beginning, God created two. He created a man and he created a woman. He put them in this wonderful place, this beautiful garden. Then he put two trees in there, the knowledge of the tree of knowledge, good and evil, I guess, right? And then he tells them babies, basically, because they don't know anything about good, right, and wrong. They can't. They're just born, basically. They do something wrong. God decides to kick them out of the garden. And on top of that, it's everybody because of what his first creation did, everybody is cursed from that point on. Then he creates the place, this horrible, horrible place, this terrible place that you go and suffer for all of eternity. Let's try to think about all of eternity. If you don't figure it out, before you die, God is going to punish you for all of eternity. What kind of God is that? That's evil in my mind.
No, that's not evil at all.
How is that not a sit-up?
So, can I just answer what you just said? Because
I want to hear what they got to say. Let them talk. I want to hear what they got to say.
That's a rhetorical question. So can I answer that? Like, I'm not trying to step on nobody's toes, okay? But
go ahead.
So, like you just said that, and Gerard, I promise you, I'm sorry if you mad, and like that was not my intention, because like God is going to use your daughter to give her testimony that's going to help somebody else who was a rape victim. Like when she overcome that, it's going to help somebody else, because that's her
I really
testimony.
got a problem with that type of thing. I really got a problem with that type of thing. You're saying that God is so weak. You believe in such a weak, bitch-ass God that the only way he can deliver a message to somebody is to rape a little girl?
That's making it work.
No, I ain't about to sit here and let y'all do this to her. That's not what she was saying. Now I am going to take over. That's not what she was saying. That's not what she was saying. So I was invited to this line, and I got about 10 minutes before I have something else I need to do. So I apologize. The way that she said that, it came off as if she was saying that, but that's not what she meant. So therefore, I'm going to go ahead and take over this, because I invited her to listen in as a covering. But since I was invited to this call by Gerard, by all means and all by respect, I'm going to go ahead and take over. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm just going to start off with that question. I'm sorry that happened. But my testimony is I've been molested as a little girl. At the age of 6, I was molested.
I'm sorry.
And I want to be real straight. I did not grow up in the church. I didn't have no desires of wanting to serve or live my life for Christ. None of that. I was doing me. I was doing Shay. I was in the world. So that I want to make that real clear. I ain't no Bible thumping woman. I've only been saved for 7 years. Okay? I was raped and I was molested 5 times in my life. No, I'm good, because I've been delivered. And I operate in forgiveness. And so, therefore, it's called, and so rape and molestation is a choice that people make, and it's a spirit that comes upon a person, unfortunately. And the devil will use any open door that he can use in order to get access, in order to create trauma, in order to create hate, in order to divide people. Because when we are born into this world, we are born with the purpose. We are born with the calling. And therefore, when the enemy sees that, what his goal and his only goal is to do is kill, steal, and destroy. So therefore, me as a person, because I can't speak for nobody else, but I can speak for me. I was upset. I was angry. I was ready to fight. I was ready to cut somebody out, and it put me in a defense mode.
Okay.
It creates PTSD.
I'm so sorry, but you know what I'm saying? We don't want to have like a testimony on the show, but
But no. Well, I'm sorry. That's all I got, because you asked me a question. You invited me to this line.
Yeah, you did.
Okay, but you won't allow me to finish my sentence.
Yeah, but
you won't allow me to finish my sentence.
I gave you a lot of sentences. So let me ask you one question, because you said something that struck me. You said the enemy. I want to ask you, who is the enemy?
Okay, so therefore, Satan, because he has a name. His name is Satan.
Do you know Satan is real?
He was up there. Why do you think he's not?
I just asked you, how do you know Satan is real?
May I say something?
But why do you think he's not?
The world right now?
I didn't say he was real. I said, how do you know he is?
How do I know he is? Because I've seen. Okay. So the reason why I know is because of the gifts and because it's called discernment. First and foremost, it's called discernment. Second and foremost is not flesh that we fight upon, it's spirit that we fight upon. We are spiritual beings. We are spiritual beings.
What is a spirit? I don't know.
We are. You don't know what the spirit is, so you do know that your body is just a host. So your body is just a host. Inside you is a spirit.
How do you know that?
No, but okay. So
okay, that's a great question. How do I know that? How do I know that I'm a spirit? No, I'm gonna finish my sentence. How do I know that I am a spirit? Because first and foremost, it was a time where I was asleep. It was a time. No, you asked me questions. No, we haven't. We have never talked about this. No, we haven't. This is the first time you've talked to me on this type of level.
The subject, but how when you're supposed to listen, I speak, you listen, because you've been talking.
But you haven't allowed me to finish the sentence, baby.
Okay, go ahead.
So we gonna show mutual respect. You can't ask me question upon question upon question and not allow me to finish the first question.
I'm gonna keep my masculine frame, but you're acting very masculine right now. We had talked about this.
No, because we have not talked about this. You're not gonna get on this line in front of these people. No, we're not. You're not gonna front in front of these people. I'm gonna hold you accountable because no, we did not. No, we did not. You cannot ask me 3 or 4 questions within 2 minutes and not allow me to finish one sentence. That's not what you're gonna do. That's not how we're gonna operate. That's not how we're going to operate.
All right, you know what?
I did.
You're not going to ask me 4 questions.
Q&A mode on. Participants may now unmute themselves.
All right, just for one quick second. I want to say it's real cute that y'all having a little, you know what I'm saying, puffy little fight. That was real cute right there. The little exchange y'all had. Y'all like each other. That's obvious. But anyway, we're gonna get back to the shit. But y'all gotta let each other speak. So Kwame, just let us talk for like, you know what I'm saying, 10 seconds. If she don't finish her sentence, then you can jump in, you know what I'm saying? But we did ask her a question though. She right about that. We did ask her a question. So just be fair and let her answer it. All right, everybody's unmuted.
Conversation mode on. Everyone can be heard.
It's all good. It's all good. I'm going on mute.
Okay. Okay.
Go ahead, sister.
You got the flow.
All right. Thank you. So the reason why I know that I'm a spirit, man, I'm a spirit is because one time after coming from church and I was ready to be done. I was ready to walk away from Christ. I was about to say, God, I'm done. I don't want to go through this. I was living a better life before I even gave my life to Christ, as I was asleep. Okay, and I'm not a religious person, far from it. It's still things I got to work on. But I was laying down, sleep, tired, exhausted after coming from a children's ministry because I worked in with the youth. And I was laying down, sleep at my grandma's house. And all of a sudden, because I like to worship, I like to sing, I like to worship, I'm a worshiper. And so I was asleep. And I was in the room by myself, asleep. And all of a sudden, I started humming, but I was asleep and I was humming. And it was a song that I've never sung before.
So that's how you know.
And next thing I know, I'm looking. So I'm not finished though. I'm not finished. So next thing I know, when I'm looking down, I'm looking at my body, but I'm not inside my body. And as soon as I recognized that, I went right back into my body. And it shook me. I was scared. And I was like, okay, what in the world just happened? And when I asked God what happened, he took me to the scripture where he talked about the dry bones, can his dry bones live? And he spoke about how when he breathed his spirit onto those bones, that's when they were living. So therefore, this body is.
Hold on, 561. Who was 561?
So not only did I read it, but he confirmed his word. So what I'm gonna say is, because I'm not on here to argue the word, I'm not on here to change anybody's mind. The only thing that I can do is give my testimony. Now, if you're willing to receive them by all God's grace, amen. But I'm not on here to combat the word. I'm not even on here to change nobody's mind. But my blood won't be on my hands because I decided to keep my mouth shut. That won't be me. And so
561 area code. What's your name? Where you calling from? 561. You on?
Yes. Hello.
That's
yes,
David.
I'm 561.
Yeah, it's the guy from early on our show.
Okay, that's David.
Yes.
I thought
yes. I'm still here.
My bad. You got something you want to add to the conversation?
Yes, if I may. I apologize, miss. The one who was just speaking, I'm sorry. So I can properly address you. What was your name again?
My name is Shaquia.
Shaquia, okay. Shaquia, and if I have you confused with the other female, please correct me, and I apologize in advance if I'm wrong, but Brittany, okay. Well, first off, I want to say whichever one of you was unfortunately molested or unfortunately taken advantage of as a child, I want to commend you for your strength and your level of confidence to be willing to share, which is very profound. So I want to thank you for that. Also, whomever it was that said the wrong place or at the wrong time, although I see where the gentleman is coming from, however, I also see where you're coming from. And I would like to share a particular situation to cut a long story short, but I can't believe I'm going to share this because I don't know any of you from a can of paint, to be honest. We're all strangers here. But I will say that, unfortunately, I was in the wrong place at the wrong time with the wrong person. And my first experience with another individual was not consensual. And on top of that, neither was it of the opposite sex. So that experience was even more
right place, but them at the wrong time.
So even that experience was a little traumatic. And the reason why I bring this up is because sometimes when I go to motivational speeches and I listen to millionaires, because I'm a business owner, small business owner, and when I go to when I see motivational speakers speak and whatnot, and they mention, you want to be in the right place at the right time, normally that means that sometimes when you have an idea, you want to be in the right location to come across the right person. Now, I'm only going to speak within the biblical sense. The book that was written, that I come to terms with that. Even in the Bible, it speaks of rape and certain things that have happened. And it was mentioned before about free agency that sometimes because man and woman were given the free choice way in the beginning without intervention, meaning if God didn't stop Adam and Eve from eating the fruit, he did not intervene because he's not going to violate our free choice. We choose to follow him or we choose not to. Unfortunately, there are times where individuals who choose not to follow any sense of morality take advantage of anyone who either does follow morality or doesn't adhere to a higher power, but it doesn't mean they're not necessarily good people. And in this situation, someone was taken advantage of, someone's innocence was robbed of them, and someone was violated. In the spiritual sense, when it comes to the rule of law, when it comes to God, just like God didn't intervene with Adam and Eve because of free agency, unfortunately, this person chose to do the wrong thing. Now, in any way, shape, or form, is it her fault? No, it's not her fault. Just like it's not the fault of you for what happened to you, and just like it's not my fault for what happened to me. We can't hold ourselves accountable for the actions of other people. However, sometimes, and from what I'm understanding, and from what I'm understanding from these ladies, despite the situation that took place with one of you, when you mentioned that you were delivered and you operate in forgiveness, you chose not to be the victim. You chose to be the victor, meaning you chose to rise above that situation and allowed that situation to build strength for you, so you could share with others that even though I went through this is what you can overcome. If I can do it, so can you. And the word of God also says that the Lord will not put on you more than you can bear. So whatever we go through, if we go through it, we can survive it. Does that make it right for it to happen? No, that's in no way, shape, or form is that what I'm saying. But I think we can all agree to an extent, and I can't speak for everyone, but whatever doesn't kill you does make you stronger. Because even speaking back to the notion of way back when we were talking about slavery and whether or not we were selling ourselves into slavery and things like that, I'm not going to jump from topic to topic. But even then,
don't do that, bro, because you're often to come with the knowledge. I'm going to say, don't do that, bro, because you're often to come with the knowledge. Because I've been to Africa before.
Yes, sir. No, of course. Yes, sir. I apologize. Excuse me. What? Yes, but what I was. Okay, the last point I wanted to make. Yes, thank you. The last point I wanted to make was but where I was going with that when I mentioned the slavery in Africa, the point I was trying to make is we're strong people, and if you look at certain races over others, when it comes to certain extents of spirituality and knowledge and things of that nature, like, you know why as African Americans we refer ourselves to brother and sister? Because back in slavery days, when they would take daughters from mothers and sons from fathers, and we would go to different plantations, because we were all in the same situation, we just adopted our own and took each other in. And that's why we refer to each other as brother and sister, because when one child would leave another, we would just automatically take that child in. And we have a sense, we've always had a sense of strength about us. So I just want to commend you ladies for that. And I also wanted to shine some light on that situation. And I also wanted to extend my condolences to the gentleman whose daughter was unfortunately babysat by an individual who clearly didn't have any respect for him or the daughter. And my heart only goes out to you, because the business I own is actually a school too. So that's what I want to say. And thank you everyone for letting me speak.
All right, appreciate it, man. Thanks for saying that. But let me ask the people that are Christian, like, okay, so for you ladies, that was a Christian brother too. Look, that's why I Facebooked you and told you, hey, you can call in, because even though I'm an atheist, my host is an atheist. We try to get the understanding of why people still believe, even though we know why, because we were there once. But the thing is, I feel like y'all fail to realize that if this God is real, why would he allow children to be molested? Why would he allow people to die? Robberies, killings, murders, all this other stuff going on. And God is watching everything. It's like God is sitting back saying, oh, yeah, you can go and rape that child, but I'm going to punish you when you're done. But if you basically give your life to me, I will let you go to heaven.
That's not true.
No.
That's exactly what it is.
I'm still talking.
No, it's not. I can't sit here and let y'all. No, because that's not true. That's not true. It's not true. It's not true.
Why are you defending his God, though?
It's because it's not true.
Shay, this is the issue we had with earlier today. You would not let me speak.
Because you're not going to disrespect my God and think I'm going to keep my mouth shut.
What?
But you can continue. You can continue. I'm listening. You can continue, but just know I'm going to stand up for what's mine.
Okay, so why does this all-powerful God say?
I'm sorry, I can't even understand y'all.
It's too much, man. It's too much.
One person need to be speaking at one time, because it's like too much.
That's why I said I wasn't finished with my point. So why does this all-powerful, all-knowing, all-seeing God allow things to happen in order to prove a point? No. I'm not finished. Let me finish. Okay. This God is all-seeing. He's all.
Hold on, let him finish.
If God is all-powerful, he don't need you to defend him. So if this God must be not all-powerful. If he needs you to defend, if this God needs you to defend him, he's not all-powerful. If he needs him to defend him. If God, hold on, I'm not finished. If God needs, let me finish my point.
Right now.
I'm Gerard, yes. Shay knows me personally, we talk. Listen, I'm not done though. I'm not done. Sis, fall back. Let me finish my point.
Watch how you talking to her. Hey, Gerard, you a man and she a woman. Watch how you talking to her. Watch how you talking to her. I don't care. What time you talking to her? You a man and she a woman. Have some respect. Have some respect. You fall back. She's a woman, you a man. Have some respect. At the end of the day. Period. Don't talk to her like that. Period.
Listen, check this out.
Period. Don't talk to her like that.
This is why there is an imbalance in black relations, because women don't know how to fall back and sit down and shut up and let the man talk. That's
you
why
walking around submit with your head for her. You walking in rebellion. I'm gonna get off this line because I got 2 minutes left. I'm gonna say what I gotta say. You walking in rebellion, and God's gonna lay His hands on you because you walking in rebellion. You put your mouth in your hands because you blasphemy God. You blasphemy God, and God's gonna deal with your heart. He's gonna deal with your mind because people's blood is on your hands. You're walking in rebellion. You're walking in hate. And you're walking in disobedience.
Oh, so my daughter was raped. My daughter was raped. My daughter was raped because I walk in rebellion. Are you serious?
Okay.
Are you serious? My daughter was raped because of what your fucking God said. Wait, I'm going on mute. Wait, I'm falling back, bro. That pissed me off. It shows me that your God is a fucking pedophile. Your God is a fucking pedophile.
Whoever can mute them, please. Now, Gerard.
I wasn't finished with my point. Though.
Okay, I understand. You gotta let.
But your God, it's sad. Check this out. It's sad that your God needs defense. It's sad that your God needs to be defended, but He's all powerful though.
Listen.
No, you're not letting me talk because you want to defend this white man's religion. You want to defend this white man's religion. You want to defend the Peckerwood's religion when this religion has been killing us. This religion has been fucking killing us, man. This religion ain't done shit for black people. The religion ain't done shit for black people. Why the fuck are you defending a religion that ain't done shit for black people? Show me one thing that this religion has done for black people. One thing. And I'll follow it. If you can show me one fucking thing that this goddamn if you can show me one fucking thing that this goddamn religion has done for black people, I will follow the religion today. Show me. I'm muting my mic. I'm muting. No. Show me what one thing that this religion has done for black people in America. If you can show me one thing that this religion has done for black people in America, I will follow it today. I promise you, if you can show me one thing that this religion has done for people, one thing, I will follow them. I will be a Christian today. I will be a Christian today if you can show me one fucking thing. I'm muting my mic. Show me one thing that this religion has done for black people in America. I will follow it today. I promise you, all my life. I promise you, I will follow Christianity today. If you can show me one thing that Christianity has done for black people, that go ahead.
I'm ready, brother. Calm down. I hear the passion in your voice, brother. And that's why, and I understand.
It breaks my heart, like Gerard.
May I say something again?
Hold on.
The reason why he's so passionate is because he's actually giving y'all the answer to your problems, if you have any, or the answer to black people's problems collectively, and y'all are rejecting it. Y'all are the reason why black people can't get nowhere, because y'all still he right with everything he said. He might be a little extra passionate, but everything he said is true. You know, the religion hasn't done anything for black people. But y'all go ahead. I want to allow the sister to get a chance to speak though. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Like, Gerard, bro, I don't know you, and I don't even know if you want me to call you bro, but honestly, you just really touched my heart, and I'm really trying not to get emotional, but I don't know. But all I just know is I understand what you're saying. And I understand your frustration. And I understand your hurt because Christianity has not really. No, I'm not going to say Christianity. Religion has not showed people how to truly walk out this walk with God.
Voice of reason for my people
has joined.
We got a new caller joined the chat. Voice of reason for my people. Big Dog, what's going on?
Hey, how y'all doing? I just how's it going, Quality Kush?
It's going great, man. How about you?
Hey, respect to everybody.
I'm all right. Respect everybody on the chat. I just want to run something by y'all right quick. I want to run something by y'all real quick, and you know, because things are so tense. I want to introduce y'all to I've been putting it in the chat room. It's Matthew 10, but it starts at verse 34. This is what Jesus said he came to do. So everybody who believes in the book, this is what Jesus said he came to do. It says, "Think not that I have come to send peace on earth. I came not to send peace, but a sword." This is what Jesus said. This is what Jesus said. It's all in red. This is your King James book. So I don't know who's saying nope and all of this, but just listen and listen. Did you hear that first part? It said he did not come to. He said, "Think not that I come to bring peace. I came to bring a sword. For I am come to set a man at variance against his father, and the daughter against her mother, and the daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law, and a man's foe shall be by of his own household. He that loveth father or mother more than me is not worthy of me, and he that loveth son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me." Now let me explain something to y'all. When you listen to that and you look at the black community and how we disagree and we fight amongst each other on every level, that is what Jesus said he came to do. He came to destroy our damn minds. He came to destroy our families. If you don't know what variance is, then you need to look it up.
Once upon a time,
and look at the disagreement that is going on right now.
But once upon a time, our people did know what family was and how and you know together. But once they were introduced to this religion, it just seemed like everything changed. Once they started teaching. This is what they would do. They would take one man out of one slave, because I called him a man. He wasn't a man. He was a slave. They took one slave and they taught him the Bible, and then they would tell him to go out and teach the others the Bible because he couldn't read. So they would teach him to read and to read the Bible, and he would go out and then read that same book to the other slaves. So now, whatever spirituality black folks had before they were stolen from their home, robbed and stolen from their home, whatever they believed in was all taken away. We, black people, do you realize that we don't even have a country to go to? Everybody in the United States has a country they can go to. We can't go back to Africa. We can't. They don't accept us.
Not a passport.
I've been there. I've been to three different countries. I spent 14 years in the Marine Corps. I got wounded in combat in Afghanistan, and it put me in a wheelchair. I asked this question. If that person that was behind that Kalashnikov believed in Allah with all his heart and soul, with everything with his whole being, he believed in Allah, and he prayed. He prayed that his bullet found his mark. Before we would go out, we prayed to make sure every man came back safe from whatever we was going to do. You know, whatever we had to do, whatever mission we was sent on, we prayed before we went out. So I asked you this question. Did Allah allow that bullet to hit my spinal cord? Or did Jesus allow that bullet to hit my spinal cord so I would have a testimony? Is that what it's about? That's the thing. I don't believe Jesus or Allah did nothing to me. You had two warriors on the battlefield. His bullet found his mark. It's simple as that. Because you better believe my bullet found that mark. So I don't believe that Jesus did nothing. I'm sorry, brother. I don't believe that.
I'm sorry, man. I know you're a guest on the show, but as a co-host, I know y'all never seen me lose my cool like that. I want to apologize as a co-host to this show, but to my sisters, I want to say this, and we're going to get back to what you talked about, my brother, because I was in the Army too. I've been to Africa. I was in Saudi City. I was stationed at Camp Cook. I was in Kuwait. You know, the only reason why I got hurt because I had injury to my foot over in Ramadi. So I was over in Ramadi. So I've been in the military myself. Yeah. So to the sisters, yeah, that's right. So to the sisters, man, I do apologize for getting out of. But when my daughter told me, when I FaceTime my daughter today, she said her vagina hurts, and she's bleeding now. She's only 10, and this motherfucker put his shit in my daughter. My daughter's bleeding now. He's in jail right now. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So that's why I got emotional. So to Shay and her sister, look, I'm gonna be the bigger man because I gotta refrain in my masculinity. I apologize to my people, the guests and the host. You know what I'm saying, and the people that's in the panel. I'm sorry y'all see me get like that, but when my daughter told me that today, and she said she's still bleeding. Her mama told me that she can't stop bleeding, and she's only 10 years old. And when y'all said what y'all said, it did strike core to me. It did strike core to me. So I do apologize. I'm going to be the bigger man and apologize. We're going to let y'all speak, but we got to let other callers speak as well. But if y'all got anything to say, y'all can say it. Simplify. Hoorah. Yeah, so, you know, it just struck core to me. And to the host, Quayle, man, I do apologize. You never seen me get mad like that. But when it comes to, when it comes to my daughter, man, my kids, that's the certain. That's why I don't believe in Christianity, Judaism, Islam, because it was a way to control us. It was a way to keep us in mental slavery. And there's a quote by Dr. Bean.
You ain't gotta apologize.
Gerard, I accept your apology.
I was about to do the same.
Your apology, and I understand your hurt. Like, because if it was I don't have any kids, so if it was like a nephew, or if it was my own child, like I would be upset too. So I accept your apology, and I'm not saying that with Christianity comes perfectionism. I'm not saying that at all. But God is a spiritual being, and He does exist, is what I'm standing by. Like, I understand what y'all saying about, like, if God exists, why is all this stuff happening? Somebody was saying earlier that when Adam and Eve ate that apple, that's when sin entered the world. And so, like, everything is by choice now. Yes, God does exist, but if we have a choice to either follow Him or not. And Gerard,
somebody got somebody got some background noise. Somebody got some background noise. They need to mute their mic. Because we're trying to conduct the show. So if you got some background noise, you need to put that up. Because we're trying to get everybody a chance to speak. So if you got some background noise, please mute your mic. We're not going to kick you out the live, but we're trying to get everybody. We're trying to hear everybody. I couldn't hear nothing over her. Yeah. So go on and finish your conversation, sis. Go on and finish what you were saying, and then we'll get to the next person
until you're ready to speak.
So all I was just basically saying was like, that everything is by choice, and I'm not saying that what happened to your daughter was by her choice or anything like that. And I want to apologize if I came off wrong like that. If I came off, saying that, what happened to your daughter was her fault, I'm not saying it at all, because none of that was her fault. And like, I understand where you're coming from, and I understand what you're saying. Like, that's hurtful. Like, ain't nobody perfect. That shit is hurtful, and I'm just like,
that's
just hearing your voice have.
We know, Brittany, that you didn't mean to insinuate that.
Yeah.
But the point that we was making was this is called cognitive dissonance, and it's something that religious people don't know much about. And I ain't trying to, be a smart ass. I'm just being frank. Cognitive dissonance is when you believe two opposing things at the same time, but you don't realize it. So what you said was that these things just
she was in the wrong place
and that maybe no she said maybe that she had got molested to teach somebody else a lesson, and then that's when I interjected and I said, are you saying that
that this is her fault or whatever.
I
So we not.
maybe
I know. We know you weren't saying that. But what I'm trying to get you to realize, the reason why I said that is I'm trying to get you to realize that if you say that God did it to teach somebody else a lesson, what you really saying is deep down, you might not realize it, but the underlying fact, if that's true, then it's also true that happened for like a reason, like it was meant to happen, and that she couldn't have
that God allowed it.
And that no matter what happens in any parallel universe or whatever, it's always going to be the truth that little girl gets raped or whatever, which is you know what I'm saying, that's cognitive dissonance. So you don't, on the surface of your mind, you're not saying that, but deep down, that's what it means if you take it to this logical conclusion. That's why I asked, what about stillbirths? Because we don't even have to look into why girls get raped, because girls get raped all the time, and you know what I'm saying, that's why, you know what I'm saying, that's evidence against your God. But anyway, what about the stillbirths though? Like, what's the point? What's the lesson to be learned from that? A stillbirth. Anybody can answer.
Yeah, I don't think there is no lesson. The child is coming from an atheist. To me, if a child came out, with stillbirth, then it wasn't meant to be. I mean, it just happened. It is what it is. It's not I don't think God did. Do you think God made that happen? If a child comes out stillbirth,
yeah, that's what.
If a child comes out, yeah, does God already have that written in His book that He's not gonna allow this child to live a day or live 5 minutes?
What could possibly be the lesson from that? Like, who the fuck can learn anything from that?
Exactly. This is what I want to ask the sisters though. Which God do you believe in? Is it the Christian God, the God of Judaism, the God of Islam, the God of Christianity? No. You can.
Only one God.
What you say?
How do you know that though? But this is the problem I have with Christianity. You say there's only one God, but hold on, sis. Let me finish. Because hold on, sis. Calm down. Let me finish. Because it wasn't until the Africans invented paper, until you found out about Allah or Yahweh or Dionysus or Attis or Zoroaster. It wasn't until the Africans created paper. But the Africans never believed in those gods. That's why I'm trying to get you to understand earlier. The God that you believe in is Eurocentric and Arabic-centric. You don't want to believe that, but that's why I brought you to the show. These brothers that are on the live right now, these brothers are scholars. I'm a scholar myself. These brothers are scholars. You would not be able to prove them wrong. And no disrespect to your scholarship, but I feel like you're only going by beliefs. But we're all scholars. We're all scholars here. And like I said, I do apologize for snapping at y'all, but the thing is, I've been an atheist since I was 28. Look, I ain't even told you. Quayle knows, the other Marine, he knows. I went to seminary school. They all know my history. I went to preacher school. I was about to be a preacher, but till the preacher told me that this was all man-made. This was a way to control people. I'm trying to get y'all to see that. Like, y'all don't want to see it because I feel like y'all closed-minded. Y'all don't want to see the truth behind it. Like, this is ridiculous. Like, even with Hitler, Mao, Stalin, all these mass genocides, God killing people. Why did God create Satan? Why did God create him an adversary? If God is all knowing, why would God create himself an adversary?
He created his own adversary. He created his own adversary. I'm gonna go on mute. I'm gonna let the sister speak. Let's let the sister speak, and then y'all can chime in. I'm going on mute.
I want to ask a quick question right quick to Brittany. Did you say that you believe in the God that created the universe? Is that what you said?
No, I said who created the universe.
Okay, did God also create time?
It didn't create itself.
Did God also create time?
Did he create time?
Yeah.
Well, if the universe was created, that means time was created with the universe, right?
Okay, yeah, but how long did it take God to create time?
Well, in the Bible it says that he created the world in 7 days, right?
So that means time had already existed, then didn't it? Because if he can't create it, if it takes time to create, you get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Creation is necessarily
Time was
a
already.
temporal thing. So if either God created time, which it makes no sense because it takes time to create, or time already existed, and in which case that means God didn't create it. So he ain't this all creator of all the universe, because time is also interwoven with space. So if God didn't create time, that means he also didn't create space. And if space and time
Now,
is
I
most
wonder
of the
who-
universe, you know what I'm saying? So if God didn't create space time,
And I wanted
really
to
didn't
ask
create
this
nothing.
question earlier to the young lady. I wanted to ask this question earlier to the young lady. If I take a gun and I lay it on the table and I tell my son, don't touch that gun, my young son, my 5-year-old son. I lay the gun on the table and I tell him, don't touch that gun, son. It can hurt you. And he touches the gun anyway, and it hurts him. Whose fault is that?
It would be your fault.
So why would God take a tree, take the tree of good and evil, put it in the same garden, to let the snake, who he know is the most, because it says that snake was the most cunning animal in the garden. God must have created
Genesis chapter
that snake,
3.
right?
Genesis chapter 3, verse 1. Genesis chapter 3, verse 1. Read the Bible, sis.
Yep.
And also, Shay, if you're still here, Shay, if you left, hold on. Before you finish your point, my brother Shay, I don't know why you left your sister here, but you need to hear this too, because you're such a strong believer in this book that it's actually caused us to break up or not even to get to know each other. So at least your sister is here as a woman, a real woman, to stand up and say, let me hear what these brothers got to say. But Shay, you ran away. I don't appreciate it. I'm watching the screen right now. You ran away. But Bree, thank you for waiting. Thanks for listening to us, because you got your own mind. You got your own mind, Bree. Thanks for listening to us, because this is what your sister tell me. She said, well, maybe I'm here to bring you closer to Christ. Maybe I'm here to bring your sister closer to truth instead of this Christ character, Christos of Greece. Go ahead, brother. I'm sorry. I just want to edit this. My bad. Yeah.
The only man the only man to die. I mean, how many times do you know? Well, let me go back to my point, because that's kind of getting off the point. But God put this snake, his adversary, he creates his own adversary and he lets it go, because some people say it's Satan, some people say it's just the snake. They don't know who it is. The Catholics say it's the first wife, who was called Lilith, who was before Eve.
Right.
So God let this cunning animal get next to his perfect creation. He knew this was gonna happen, because it gotta be. You will tell me that God is all knowing, right? So he had to know that this was gonna go down. He had to know. So he let it go down.
EJ.
He let it happen. And then once he let it happen, he punishes his creation. He makes it hard on his creation. And that creation is like, wait a minute, what's going on here? I just been born.
So God is the father that leaves the gun on the table, and when the child grabs the gun and shoots himself or shoots a sibling or something, then the father punishes the child, who obviously is too young to know better. Because in this scenario, they didn't know good from evil yet. They hadn't eaten from the tree, so they didn't know that eating from the tree would be evil, because they hadn't eaten from the tree.
God gave them specific instructions to not eat from the tree of knowledge.
Listen to what I'm saying, though, Brittany. They didn't know what evil was. So if God gave them instructions and they disobeyed them, they didn't know that they were disobeying because they hadn't eaten from the tree. So they didn't know good from evil.
They were equivalent.
Hey, can I ask everybody a question?
So good because they're equivalent to like a 5-year-old who doesn't know that a gun can kill you, even if you tell him. He's 5. But we got a new addition. I want to include everybody. Before you go, sis. I just want to bring the new caller in real quick. Area code 240, and then we're gonna throw it back to Brittany. Area code 240. What's your name? Where you calling from?
EJ calling from Maryland.
All right. What do you believe, sir, and why?
So we're gonna give it to Brittany. Brittany got the floor right now. So, brother, if you don't mind, just sit back, wait just a little bit. We're gonna
because people be leaving if we don't talk to them quick enough. So just let EJ go.
Yeah. Okay, so what do you believe in? Why, Brittany? Hey, Brittany, just hold on for a minute. Keep that thought. We got a new caller coming in. What do you believe in? Why, brother?
What I believe that Christ is the way, truth, and the life. I believe they're supposed to trust him. They were disobedient. They're supposed to trust him. And I hear all the arguments and everything, but if you arguing, it shows that he's real. You can't get mad at somebody that's not real, that's not there. Can't get mad.
That's arguments for
That trumps all the argument and everything that they're arguing and saying that he's real.
Negative, sir.
And it seems like you know.
All right, look.
Hey, can I ask everybody a question real quick? Real quick.
Go ahead, brother.
I just want to ask everybody a question.
Hey, Pam. Let's be fair. Let's give Brittany the floor real quick and then ask the question. Because you know what? We're atheists. This is an atheist show, so let's give Brittany, because she was already talking. So, Britt, go ahead and do your thing. And then, brother, you come up next. And then the new caller, you go ahead and spill your stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, so what I was saying was when Adam and Eve, because Eve gave Adam the apple, she didn't know, she probably didn't know right from wrong when she ate that apple, but she made the choice to eat it because she listened to, what something that was good, that was pleasing to her eyes. So,
no, she listened to the snake. A talking snake.
Exactly. Well, that's what I'm saying. She was listening. She listened to the serpent.
The snake talk?
Is serpent.
Do snakes talk?
Yes.
They do?
Hey.
Okay. All right. Voice of reason. You had a question. What's your question?
Yeah, check this out. All right, check it out. I want to pose this question to everybody on the platform real quick. If for 1 minute, God said, "Hey, since y'all are little gods, and and y'all are my children, y'all come from me, so we all are gods, as it states in the Bible that ye are gods. That I'm going to give you all of my power." And I want you to do whatever it is you want to do. What would you do with that power? What would you do for the earth? I would like for there to be world peace. What would anybody else do?
Can we go? Can I answer that question first, please?
Yeah.
I know exactly.
Go ahead.
Just what you said. There would be world peace. There would be no war. There would be no smog and people dying from horrible diseases. None of that. It would be a paradise.
I feel you on that. Brittany, what would you do? What would you do? What would you do with that power?
Okay, so repeat the question again.
If you had all the powers of God, just for because we are God in the book, it says ye are gods. It says we are gods, we're His children, and he, and if He gave you that power, if you could use all of that power because we are gods, if you could use all of the power that our Father in heaven gave us, what would you do with that power?
Well, I will go around and save all these kids who are being sex trafficked or who are who's homeless out there on the street, because those are like my heart right there. So
okay,
EJ, what would you do?
That's it, sister? No.
I would help the homeless like what I do, because I drive a bus out here in Maryland and DMV area, DC, Maryland, Virginia area. I would give them life skills because they need it. I would show them the love of Christ because they need it. Christ gave us and showed us love. And so we have to reciprocate it and give that back. And even talking to y'all, showing y'all love. Love is not, is not always telling you what you want to hear. It's shooting straight. Arguing for the sake of arguing and proving a point when Christ already proven the point. So I hear you guys, and I hear that you're very smart and intelligent, but you know what I'm saying? God's way is the way. I know this is an atheist line, but we on here and we talking, and it seems like one person is trying to run it and everybody else is just listening. I could be wrong, but I just feel like, y'all know the truth and you fighting it. That's what I sense. So
okay, well, with all of that being said, hey, I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna get on off. Okay. I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna get on off. All right, since I posed the question, I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna chill. I'm gonna just chill. All right, so everybody answered what they would do with all of this power that our God that's in heaven would, if he gave it to us for just a second. We all had an answer to what we would do. Now, I want you to ask yourself this. Why has your God not done that?
Choice. He gave, just like Adam and Eve had the choice to eat the apple. Choice.
No, I mean, why has God not created world peace?
She's saying basically
he's got the power to do it.
Hold on, let me answer. Why? So God gave us the ability and the power to go out and to help the lost, to help those who are hurting. So why is the people not standing up to do what he has given us the power to do? People are not standing
up. But your God.
No, it's not
because of God.
It's because they're supposed to do. God
has no power.
Is God, hold on, brother. This Kwame. So sis, isn't God all knowing? Didn't he know this was gonna happen prior? Hold on, sis, let me finish. So doesn't God know what's gonna happen prior to it happening? Yes or no?
Yes. Because he sees.
So don't you think that this was God's plan? I want you to do me a favor. Turn to Ephesians 1:11. Turn to Ephesians 1:11 because you told me that since I don't have a King James Bible in my house, I'm gonna let you turn to your Bible. So turn to Ephesians 1:11.
Why she get that hold that thought from me? Why she get that? We gonna bring in the next. All
right, bet.
I'm driving, but I do got one in my car. I do got one. I'll pull over and get it if you need it.
Can I get in?
You need me to get it? No, I said I got one in my glove box.
Hello, 914 area code. You on? What's your name?
Yes. How you doing, man? Hey, I appreciate it. My name is Will. I'm calling in from White Plains. How you doing today, brother?
Good. How about yourself, man?
What's happening?
All right, hey, listen, great show.
You're on with Quayla and Kwame, man. What's going on? You on the live with Quayla and Kwame. What's up with it?
I appreciate it, man. I appreciate the show. I am a true black atheist, and I just want to shout out and say that, with the sisters on the show, they're doing the best they can, but we all know a belief is a belief. It's not a fact. Unfortunately, too many of our people are too afraid not to believe in this foolishness. So my thing is this: when she starts talking about the apple and all this other good stuff, I got a question for her. Where in Genesis does it say it was an apple?
The fruit from the tree. So it was the.
Where does it say it was an apple?
That part.
In
that part.
2 or 3. It's in Genesis 2 or 3. Go back.
No, it doesn't say apple. No, it doesn't. Listen, but wait, let me just say this here, then I'll hang up. It doesn't say anything about an apple. It just goes to show you how myths are passed down. This was a myth. It doesn't say anything about an apple. It doesn't say anything about an apple.
What does it say? Because she went to the apple to do what? I mean, not the apple. She went to the tree to do what? What did she do?
It says
Sis, it doesn't say anything about an apple.
But what did she do? Even though it doesn't say you're stuck on the apple, so what did she do? She ate something, right?
Sis, it doesn't say it was an apple.
She ate a
Has
fruit.
joined.
Okay, I just said you're stuck on the apples, but she ate something from the tree, right?
Yeah.
No, but you're casting it like it's a fact.
The point he was trying
But
to
did
make.
God create it though? Did God create that though?
Why would God
I
set
think
it
the
up like
point he was trying to make is that it doesn't say that in the book, but everybody says that in real life. They say it was an apple, but the actual story never says that it was an apple. So he's trying to say that you're working with some story,
Okay,
you're working with
but
something somebody
that's
told you. You're not really working with the real deal.
Exactly. Hey, well, I appreciate it. I'm going to hang up and I'll finish enjoying the show. Thank you, brother.
All right, man. Appreciate your call.
Please, brothers, let me ask this question right quick.
Something.
May I ask a question real quick, sister? May I ask you a question?
Yes, you
Just
can.
come on. Okay. Would you want to meet an angel
Of course, we all
from the
would.
Bible? Huh?
Yes.
What does an angel look like?
You and me?
Are you serious, sweetheart? That tells me
No,
that
so
you
you-
haven't read your Bible. That tells me that you haven't even read your
Okay,
Bible.
so if I would have said,
Because
hold
an
on,
angel, if you saw an angel, you would be terrified. You would be terrified if you saw an angel.
You talking about with the four faces and shit?
So that doesn't mean that I would not want to meet an angel, though. Yes, I know.
An angel is a warrior. An angel is a warrior for God. That's it.
Exactly.
That's all an angel is.
I know.
According to the Bible.
But
Say your
but
name.
God sent us here on the earth. We are angels too, right?
But the fact is, I just asked you, would you want to meet an angel? What does an angel look like? And you said look like us, and it does, and they don't.
Yeah,
That tells me that
read
you
our
haven't.
Bible, man. Hold that thought. We got
That
one
you
more.
haven't read the Bible.
I definitely read my Bible.
Hold on.
Hold on, family.
I don't take a
Sis, brother, sis. We got another caller. Pause. We got
Q&A mode on. Participants may now unmute themselves.
You know what I'm saying? That makes sense. You can't hear when you're talking. Well, all right. We're gonna have to go to individual mode. We're gonna try to make it quick. 912 area code. You are on the air. What is your name and where you calling from? You on live with Kweli and Kwame.
Hey, I'm Donnell. I'm calling from Brunswick, Georgia. My religion, I have none. I believe in the ancestors. Pretty much, my grandma, my mother, my grandmother before her, they are the reason why I'm here. So these people, I know, I had a conversation with them. I got pictures. So those are the people that I pull to for my strength.
So you're a free thinker, basically.
I guess
you know what I'm saying? You don't give credit to imaginary things when good things happen. You give credit to the people that actually did it. Well, we gonna because we got so many people on the line. I'm trying to keep everybody comments kind of brief. So you got a question or a comment that's related to the conversation that you want to ask anybody on the panel?
Well, I guess I want to make a quick comment, and I guess two quick comments is that I in the Bible I've read the whole New Testament. I'm still trying to get through the Old Testament because it's a lot bigger, but from just reading the New Testament, I don't see or understand why females, or especially black women, ride so hard for the Bible, because it doesn't say anything good about females. The only female I remember them saying anything good about was maybe Jesus' mom.
You know what?
So other than that,
I recognize most women when they do the begots. All those are men. They don't even count the daughters.
Exactly. Even with the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, no woman is present. No woman's present. And I guess the last
what's
thing
really going on though?
And the last thing I wanted to say is that at the end of the day, we like to blame the devil, but the devil is just a manager. You know, even with Job, he had to ask God for permission to do what he has, you know, or to do evil. He had to ask God for permission. So even though we can get mad,
bro, you hit the nail right on the head. Thank you. I was gonna bring that up, but man, brother, please continue.
Yeah. He's just a manager. So, you know, if you get something to eat at a restaurant, if you want to complain, you go to the manager or do you go to the CEO, the owner? Who do you complain to? But I just want to say that, and peace, everybody.
All right, man. Appreciate your comment, bro. Thank you for calling in.
Yeah.
Alrighty. I'm going to go in order just down the list. No particular order, just the order that they already on the screen in. Kamal, you are unmuted.
Man. Like I like what my man said about the devil having to ask for permission to do anything. There's nothing. The devil doesn't have power over life or death. He can't do anything. He everything he does, he has to ask God. So what does that say? God said. So does God say, okay, go ahead and terrorize my creation?
That's exactly
and
what he did in
all the ones that don't, that decide, okay, I'm gonna take it on, because believing in God is nothing but taking something on faith, and faith is what is it, the excuse you give when you don't have any proof. No one has ever, in my 48 years on this planet Earth, I've never seen a demon. I've never seen an angel. No God has ever spoken to me. No devil has ever spoken to me. I take responsibility for the things that I've done. I've never said God did this to me or the devil did this to me. I believe that black folks, our people, we don't take responsibility. We want to blame it on everything else. It was God's will. Well, if this happened, then it's God's will. That's bullshit. Take responsibility for your life. My life is not perfect. I have to deal with this wheelchair every day. But I don't believe God did it to me. I ain't never blamed God for what happened to me. Not one single time.
Or the devil. No
I'm sorry, brother.
No imaginary creatures. You ain't blame God, or you ain't blame the devil either.
Yeah, right, exactly. I never said any. Because then that would be me, trying to find an excuse or find something to blame it. It's not like that. Life isn't like that. We don't have all the answers. We don't know how consciousness started. We don't have all those answers. But
I just want to say this, bro. I'm looking at the screen right now. I don't mean to cut you off, my brother. Simplify to you. Bro, I just looked at the screen, and Brittany and Shay has dropped off. You know what?
Brittany on.
She wasn't. So what?
I got her muted. She's still on. Let me make sure.
Okay.
Are you still here with us, Brittany?
Yeah, but
I'm here.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I thought when I looked at the screen, it showed that you dropped off. When I looked at the main screen. Okay, so you know, me and your sister was talking, right? And I don't mean to put my business out there like that, but we had a talk today, and it got quite emotional. I remained in my masculinity to be, to explain some things to her, but she kept telling me I was wrong, but I know about the Council of Nicaea. I know about everything. I said, look, I'm a biblical scholar. That's why I brought her onto the show. I said, you're dealing with biblical scholars. The Marine that you're talking to, he's a biblical scholar. The host, Quayle Kush, is a biblical scholar. He does everything. You should follow us. Like, this is one thing that has got black people, black men, and black women divided. Black men are not religious no more, so you're going to have to deal with that, sis. You got to deal with the fact that, wait, hold on, before I finish.
it's sad that I know for a fact that I'm a good man, and I've had at least 3, 4 women that just could not accept the fact. And anytime that it got the religious, anything, you know, when religion came up, it got deep, and she couldn't handle what I was saying.
But why does it have to be religion, though?
And Britt, let me ask you a question. Look, Britt, I really liked your sister though. I really liked her. I want to have a long-term relationship, but you know she can't handle that shit. But at least you're still here to be like, hey, let me hear what Gerard has to say, because I know you know me about Gerard, because that's what she know me about. So she was like, she didn't even hear me out. It's like it's either her way or no way. So that let me know that she's too masculine to even be. You know what I'm saying? That's all it was.
For God. Like that's
exactly what it was.
That's why your sister didn't want to continue to talk to me. That's why this show is called Atheists Need Love Too. But I was just trying to say, hey, look at it from this perspective. Then it got a little heated. That's why your sister's gone and you're still here. You're trying to figure out why my sister and my man Gerard did not work out, or Kwame, why my sister and Kwame didn't work out. Because she would not listen. I let your sister have the floor for 10 minutes. I was uploading some shit for 10 minutes on my computer in my house. Because I refused to go back into that belief system, your sister dumped me. Your sister broke me all because of that. That's a fact. Your sister went, if I said, well, you know what, Shay, I will accept Jesus as my Lord and personal Savior. Your sister would have said, like, okay, well, let's meet up. Let's go on and have a dinner or whatever. But since I stood my ground and be like, hey, now hold on. No, since I stood my ground and said, look, you need to look at it from a different perspective, because your sister have not researched anything. You're curious. Your sister ain't curious, but she's in fear. Your sister's older than you. She's 30, I'm 36. Okay? So your sister's in fear, but you're curious though. And I'm glad that you're still here to learn. Maybe you can teach her, because she's not going to listen to me as a man, because I feel like she's a feminist.
Well, what you think about all this?
I feel like she's a feminist.
Give her a chance to speak.
Go ahead, bro. I'm going to go on mute.
What you think about all this, Brittany?
Well, I mean, I'm just like listening, but like I'm still like, you know, I'm stern in my beliefs though. Like, I believe that God created the earth. God does this. And like, you know, that's just that, because like it wouldn't be no us if it wasn't for him. And I do believe that there's a heaven and a hell. Like you want
let me ask you about that.
Hold on, wait. You just
go ahead, baby. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, please let her finish.
Yeah, I'm wrong. Go ahead.
You said earlier that you had went to seminar school and you was on your way to being a pastor or a preacher, but like somebody told you that like, you know, Christianity or like, you know, you said something about that it was all fake and like all this other kind of stuff. That to me, I don't understand how it's like, you know, all unbelief, because I, like my sister said, like she hasn't been in her walk for a long time, but you know, God has done a lot in her life. I've been in my walk.
If you was going to school to become a preacher and the person who was teaching you how to become a preacher told you that this was all bullshit, that wouldn't make you go,
Okay, so if he's telling you that it's all bullshit, why is he even teaching you how to be a preacher in the first place?
Churches make millions.
501c3.
Churches make billions.
So he can get to the money. Religion is the biggest.
So then that right there, that's a hypocrite. Point blank, period.
That's what
because
all
if
Christians
he don't care.
In my experience,
he don't care about that.
That's all Christians.
And that doesn't mean that I'm taking y'all side or anything. But what I'm just saying is that this man was teaching you something that he didn't even believe in. So he was trying to tell you something. He was trying to teach you something when he wasn't even actually, you know, following God himself.
That's all preachers, ain't it? All preachers do that. You ain't seen
no,
videos on my channel. That's what we do. We expose all of them.
You got some preachers out
Hey,
there.
Brittany. I don't want you to leave the show because you need to understand. And I even told your sister this before she dumped me. You know what I'm saying? Before she said, "Oh, Gerard, that's not gonna work," or "Kwame, she's not gonna work." I told your sister, like, look, this man showed me the truth. He said, look, because he knew it didn't resonate with me. So if say for instance, Brittany, if you're a teacher, you know who's gonna pass your class, who's going to basically question you a lot more. A teacher always goes into a class knowing who their trouble student's going to be and who their successful student's going to be. He knew I was going to be a successful student. So when he came to me, he said, he gave me a book called 16 Crucified Stages Before Christ. And we actually promote that book on our show. So he said, son, this does not resonate with you, right? I said, look, I have questions, but it does not make sense to me. That's why I was 28 years old. I'm 28. Well, I'm 36 now, but I was 28. So he said, look, I'm going to give you a book. He said, I'm going to let you know something. He said, I'm in it for the money. A lot of preachers are in it for the money. But your sister came to me. We had an argument earlier today, Sunday. We had an argument today, and I was trying to tell her, hey, you might want to look deeper into what I'm telling you because this stuff is only man-made in order to control black people. Your sister got mad when I said this is Eurocentric and this is Arabic-centric. Your sister got mad at me, and she said, look, I don't want you to be my husband. And she hung up in my face. This is what your sister did to me. If I'm lying, tell her call back in and basically defend herself and tell her, because look, I'm the type of guy, I'm not going to say some shit. Hold on. I'm not going to say some shit that somebody didn't say. So if your sister didn't say that shit, tell her to call back in and tell the audience what she actually said.
That's fear. Sounds like Shawty believing out of fear. You know what I'm saying? She don't want to be with somebody who's not in the belief system that she's in because in her belief system,
she don't want to be unequal. That's it.
I hate that. I hate unevenly yoked. I hate that. That's unevenly yoked. That is just.
Bro,
you don't have to.
Scam,
you don't.
Man. Christianity is the biggest con that's been going on for 2,000 years, and it's still working.
Man. Absolutely. And it got black people.
Let me ask you this: do you believe that God is going to come back? Do you believe in the end time?
There ain't no God, girl.
No, I don't believe any of that.
Our ancestors thought God was coming back too. They thought Jesus was going to come back and save them too. Emmett Till, I'm pretty sure Emmett Till probably thought Jesus would come back too, and Trayvon and all of us.
Yes.
But we still dying, and Jesus ain't showed up yet.
And I ain't showed up yet.
How long have we been believing in this?
So since you said that, so you don't think that all the stuff that's going on right now is not a sign that the world's getting ready to end?
Hell no.
No.
Have you noticed that these are the best times? If you look at history.
Hey, hold on, fam. This Kwame. Have you ever heard of retroactive writing? You know what retroactive writing is? Yes or no? Just be honest. You heard of retroactive writing? Yes or no?
I have not researched. I don't know.
Okay, so research retroactive writing. So retroactive writing is basically when somebody puts something in the book and say, this is going to happen 20 years later, so it can look like a prophecy. See what I'm saying? That's why you don't have the original King James, because in 1624, King James died. His book got burnt up in London, in a warehouse in London. So Westcott and Hort actually took the pages that were not burnt up and used it to write the new King James. That's why you got the new King James version. Nobody has the original King James version. So Westcott and Hort wanted to establish power with the Catholic Church. This is what I'm trying to tell your sister.
And who wrote your Bible? Where did their Bible come from?
Came from London.
God, it was made by God.
No, sis. I'm gonna let y'all talk to him. It
was written by men, but God's spirit through that person.
Well, hey, Brittany, you said you believe God is coming back. You talking about Jesus?
Yes.
You talking about, okay, what he gonna do if he come back? If let's say Jesus is real and he come back, this nigga couldn't even save his damn self. He got murked. What he gonna do? How you gonna save somebody and he can't save his damn self?
Okay, so let me ask this. So when he do come back, then what? So if all this is fake, if all of it is fake and he does come back, then what you gonna do?
I'm gonna say, damn, Jesus, what the fuck, bro? What happened to 400 years of slavery, Jesus? What the fuck was you at, bitch ass nigga?
Right.
That's what
he got some explaining to do.
Even in the Bible, it said we was gonna be enslaved for 400 years.
If I see Jesus, I'm gonna tell him he got some motherfucking explaining to do. That's what I'm gonna do.
So what? For slavery
We still enslaved.
Slavery was up 2 years ago. Now you have seen a lot of black people come up and come out with businesses and everything else like that. Yes,
you don't
yes,
understand.
everything.
Okay, when somebody got 100 billion shekels and they give 100,000 away, that ain't shit to them. But your shoe been in slavery so long, you
that
think
ain't
that's a
nothing
lot.
to them.
You think that's something. You think when Oprah
That
and
ain't nothing
Jay-Z
to
show up
them.
with a lot of money, that's something. Man, these folk got trillions of dollars. That shit ain't nothing to them. And it's only
That ain't
even
even
after all of this shit, black people still
it ain't
only
even a
make up less
word
than
for how many
1%
dollars
of the
these
wealth.
motherfuckers got.
Less than 1%.
Let me ask you a question before you answer that question, because this show was about atheists need love too. I'm an atheist. Brittany, I'm an atheist, right? So do you think your sister did the right thing in rejecting me as to be a possible provider, husband for her? You think she did right because of the belief system? That's all I want to know. Do you think she did right? No. Honestly, look. I'm guy. I can take it because I don't took so much shit.
Why?
No. It's not about being crazy. No, I'm asking a question, sis. I'm asking a question. Do you think? No, listen. Do you think your sister did?
I'm trying to answer it.
Listen, no, sis. Calm down. Look, just relax. I'm asking. Do you think your sister did right by saying? Do you think your sister did right by saying, I'm not going to date an atheist because you don't believe what I believe? You think she did right? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
The only reason why
I'm going to say yes too, brother, to be honest with you. I'm going to say yes too. Because it's not going to mesh. She's not going to change her mind about how she feels about her God. You hear how she said, I'm going to fight for my God. She was serious as hell. So it wouldn't work with y'all. It wouldn't work with y'all. That's the I know 3 women that have said, come on, I can't kick it with you. I can't kick it with you because I don't believe what you. I said, I don't have any belief. He said I didn't have any morals.
Well, we got another caller. Do we have another caller?
Q&A mode on. Participants may now unmute themselves.
I just talked to God, y'all. I just got a prophecy. God just spoke to me. He just told me that some point in time in the future, Shay is gonna wake up out of Christianity, and she gonna give you a call, brother. The Lord just spoke to me. He just put it in my heart. He just put it on my spirit, as they say, that was gonna happen. And he also told me that Brittany was gonna see the light one day too. Maybe not today, but you know what I'm saying. It's a journey. I talk a lot of shit about God. It took me 9 years to go from leaving Christianity to knowing that God don't exist. Took 9 years. So we don't expect y'all to get this shit no one conversation or overnight. But what the purpose of this whole show is to plant seeds and let you get used to having these types of conversations and make them normal. And then maybe you will start to think about this stuff. And you know what I'm saying? Hopefully you will find the truth instead of just believing you can know something. But it got a little crazy again. We got to remember, y'all, we got to let everybody speak one at a time. So, you know what I'm saying? If you are speaking, try to keep your statements to a minimum or short. All right, everybody is now
Conversation mode on. Everyone can be heard.
I think, you know what my biggest fear was? My biggest fear when I left Christianity, when I left religion altogether, before that, my biggest fear was that I was going to go to hell. I couldn't get that out of me for nothing. I just couldn't get that out of me. I was so afraid that I was going to go to hell and burn for all of eternity, all because I didn't get it right before I died. And I just got to a point where I was just like, I can't do this. If God wants me to know he's there, he'll show me. He'll show me. So far, he hasn't done it. Come here, boy. So far, he hasn't done it.
Okay, are you wanting to know where you're going?
Get up here.
What's your question?
I know where I'm going, sister. Get up here.
But you just
I'm talking to my dog. I'm sorry, y'all.
God hasn't shown you. Like, have you really?
Yeah, you know what, Bree? Before Bree, I'm gonna let you finish your point. Bree, why are you more braver than your sister? Are you older than her? Because you're way brave to stay on an atheist show and try to convince us.
It's because I know what I've been through, and I know that God is real. Like, that's just that. Like.
I mean, but that doesn't help anybody else, though.
There's no need to take
just because you know. That
no
doesn't help anybody else.
When another person don't believe, like, there's no need for me to even argue or to, to do anything. Now, I'm not going to sit here and lie. Y'all have drained the hell out of me, but
I don't think it's about an argument,
stand up and finish the conversation.
I think it's about an argument. I think it's about having intellectual conversation between
that's true
between two people.
That's true.
And yes, we have been cutting each other off and that type of shit. And that ain't that you don't get shit done that way.
What if they did? I got a question, Bree.
And I don't mean
I got a question. I got a question too. I got a question too. What if they decide to be with me and I'm still an atheist? Would you approve of that? If she decides to stay with me, would you approve of that?
Would I approve? I don't know you, so I don't know. I would have to get to know you.
Right, so you get to know my character versus my beliefs, right? Hold on, my character overrides my beliefs, right? Right or wrong?
Yes. I mean, your character can't override.
Thank you, sis. Thank you.
But because you are an atheist and she is a Christian, both of y'all will bump heads. So somebody's gonna have to either go one way or another, or it's not gonna work. Like, that's just point blank period. And God is gonna override everything. But if you are so stern in your belief, it's just not gonna work.
Can I ask you a question, Brittany? Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
Would you do you think believing a thing is better than knowing a thing?
I think believing and knowing is the same thing.
Okay, so if I believe that I'm 9 feet tall, if I believe that I'm 9 feet tall, does that mean I also know that I'm 9 feet tall, and does that make it true?
Yes.
So
how
can I know that I'm 9 feet tall if I'm not, though?
So, okay, are you asking me if you know that you're 9 feet tall, that you're actually 9 feet tall, or are you just saying you're 9 feet tall?
I'm assuming that you know that nobody on this planet is 9 feet tall. Pretty much, if it is, it's like one person. But that's like humans don't get that tall. So if I were to believe something, I can make another analogy. If I believe that I got an imaginary green dragon, does that make it true?
No, it doesn't, because ain't nobody 9 feet tall.
But what if I was on a YouTube show and I said I know I got an imaginary green dragon in my garage, and you can come and talk to it, and you can ask it for wishes, and it might give it to you, it might not. But if it don't give it to you, that just mean that it wasn't for you. But if it do give it to you, it had to be the green dragon, and I know that for a fact. And you can't see it because it's invisible, and you can't talk to it or touch it because it don't communicate like we communicate. It's mysterious. And I know this. Would you believe me?
No.
So what's the difference between my green dragon and your God?
Listen.
I'm listening.
Now come on, guys.
Answering questions.
Check and mate.
What's the difference? What's the difference between an imaginary green dragon that you can't see that grants wishes sometimes, and a God that you can't see that grants wishes sometimes? What's the difference? How do I know that your God is not a green dragon?
The difference is because we know a green dragon does exist, but we know that God.
No, we know that.
How do you
now,
know that?
How do you know that?
Now, hold on. You're gonna have to tackle
Prove it.
yourself to know that God.
Hey, just let you know, tell your truth. I don't you know. Hey, look, Britt. Just let your sister know she hurt me. She wasted my time. You know, trying to date her. Let her know that she hurt me, man. That was fucked up.
Okay.
So I just want to put that out there.
You said it's called Atheist Love too, right?
Yeah.
So did she break your heart?
No, man. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna be real with you, man. I'm gonna give
Yeah,
you.
it was behind religion though. Like it should not have been behind. Like I can see if I was beating on your sister or cheating on your sister, then yeah, I can see her leaving me. But because I don't believe in God, you know what I'm saying? She shouldn't have left me or saying, "Oh, it's not gonna work."
I'm gonna tell.
That's why I say it's gonna be it.
And I know Kwame might be mad at me, but he know I can only tell the truth. I cannot tell a lie unless I'm just joking. But the truth is that Gerard like her a lot, and right now, bro is sauced up, so he in his feelings. You know what I'm saying? So that's what you hearing right now.
That's because he sees something.
He's speaking facts.
Yeah.
I mean, I can tell the brother's feelings
You probably
hurt.
haven't seen what you've seen in my sister and no other woman. So that just shows you something right there.
It don't show me nothing about no imaginary stuff. But let's get back to the question though.
That means that you have to your heart is so hard, yo. Like, I mean,
how would you know that? You don't look. The heart pumps blood. Let's not
heart
stray
pumps
too far
blood,
off though.
right.
I still want to know. I still want to know what's the difference.
Hey,
what's the difference between my imaginary green dragon and your imaginary god?
What? Is it Kwame, Gerard, or Chris that's talking? Who's talking?
I'm Kwali. I want to know. My name is Kwali.
Who's talking? Because I got something to say to you.
My name is Kwali.
That's good.
Kwali, I love you, okay? I love you. I love all of y'all that's on this phone call. I'm about to get off because I have a paper to type.
Okay.
And good conversation, but you know.
But I give you props for staying on the phone. I give you a lot of credit for staying on the phone with three dudes who who don't believe as you do.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you were willing to it. Because sometimes, the one thing I've noticed, religion, when you talk about religion and politics, the shit get heated. Every single time, it does not matter. Because people have their beliefs. I was just talking about, how could they believe that this man didn't kill him with his knee on his neck when professionals doctors are giving him the reason, and you still got people defending this cop. So it's the same with religion. You still got people who gonna believe this stuff, even when evidence is put right in their face that, hey, something ain't right with this. It still can be. But I give you an A+ for, I give you props. I give you a gangster for staying up in here with us. Because I was in here one time. I was in here one time with these two, and it got deep real quick, and it blew my mind. But it's not to try to hurt your feelings. I don't even believe in disrespecting people's beliefs, but I'm in this world to try to believe. Like my man, one of my favorite guys is Matt Dillahunty. He said to me, Kamal, you want to believe as many real things on this earth in life that you can prove, and as many real things as you can, and as less false things as you can, because you don't need all the bullshit, because all it does is clutter up your mind. I don't believe in any God. My life is just fine. I'm not saying that hell, some people need God. Some people need a God, because I'm sorry to say, to me, they're not strong enough to do it on their own. Some people.
They got
Hey, and one thing, I would have treated your sister. I would have treated your sister like the queen that she is. But man, you know what? She did me like that. She told me shit. I would have treated your sister like the queen that she is.
Because you said it was 3 men on this phone call, and I'm the only female.
And you would
tell her call back in.
What?
My name's Kamal, by the way. Sis. I don't know if I introduced myself to you.
No, you didn't.
That brother is a Marine, and these my brothers, and they took me in at a time when I was going through. I've only been atheist for maybe 3 years now, if it's been. And I'll tell you this: I called in. I'm not even ashamed to say it. I'm gonna go ahead and tell you. I called into the atheist, the ACA, the Atheist Experience one day. I told them what my brother and my sisters and them did to me because I said that I was an atheist. They cut me loose. They didn't talk to me. They wouldn't answer my phone calls. And I'm the oldest, and these are people who I've taken care of, who I've had. My baby sister, you fucked with when we were kids. You made her cry. I had to go to war. And for them to turn their back on me, I actually broke down on the show because I got to it where I said, I want to say fuck my family, but I can't. When that came out my mouth, I couldn't believe I was saying that. But they did. They said that to me. I didn't take my love away. They took theirs away. I didn't take my love away, all because I don't believe what they believe. They took their love away from me. That broke my heart. This is my family. I give anything for them. And these brothers took me in. I haven't been on the show in a while. I've been a little busy, but they took me in because I didn't even know there were black atheists. I thought I was by myself out this bitch. I really did. And then when I met these brothers, I just happened to be going through it, and I saw their show, and I felt like I was at home. I ain't gonna even lie to you. Sometimes I click on their show and they don't even know I'm there, and I'm just listening to them, and they be on their shit, and I love it. I love it because there's some brothers out here that's trying to teach and give some real truth, to our people, because we need it. We need it. We are stuck. We are lost. And until we get out of that quicksand that they got us in, because that's what we in. Yeah. And we sinking. We slowly sinking. And until we get out of that and we come together, we gon' be lost.
Free thinking, like you ain't necessarily gotta, be an atheist, but free thinking, critical thinking, knowing how to tell what's real and what's not real. That is what is going to deliver black people out of the diaspora that we in. Go ahead, sis.
Absolutely.
Just because you choose whatever you choose, that your family should not have disowned you, because that's not love. You're supposed to love a person no matter what they are, atheists or not. You're supposed to love a person. I don't care who they are. So your family was wrong for that, and that is hurtful, and that will make a person turn to try to find whatever, because we all need somebody. But
I was already where I was. I was already pretty much an atheist by this point. All I said to my brother was, he said, because I get tired of people telling me God put me in this wheelchair for a reason. I took 4 bullets to my body. An IED exploded under our Humvee. I damn near didn't make it. I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you. I lost 6 of my brothers and 9 wounded that day. And I didn't find out until 19 days later what really happened. And like I said, I never one time said God did this to me. I never one time said God don't love me because he put me in it. Never, not one single time. I know I was a warrior out there on the battlefield, and shit happened. Some get killed, some survive. And my aunt called me a devil. She called me when I came home. When I came home, you was over there killing them people. I couldn't believe this coming from my aunt, and she's a Christian. These are the things that I'd had to deal with when I got home, and you know, I came home in a wheelchair. My whole life was different. And God didn't come and save me in any kind of way. I had to handle my own business. I live on my own. I take care of myself. I don't ask God to do anything for me. I'm fly as a motherfucker because I want to be. I had to throw that
I'm gonna put y'all right there, my brother. Britt, this is what your sister told me. She said, you call in to preach the word. You better stop playing with God and repent. Your sister also said on Facebook, she said, you're hurt and you complain about your feelings about your daughter and admit that you're bitter, mad, and deal with your roots. System which is broken, that you can't deny it. You're walking in insecurities. You know God is, she said, you know who God is, but refuse to say his name. Why if ain't real, Salam, whatever that shit is. So this is what your sister told to me. She did not address the rape, like the fact that if this God is real, he was sitting there watching while this 16-year-old boy was raping my daughter, and I'm in a goddamn casino. I paid this woman $100 to watch my daughters. And luckily, my 4-year-old didn't get raped, but my 10-year-old got raped. You know what I'm saying? It luckily, I mean, it's fucked up regardless. Because both, like, when I got there, the babysitter called the police. And she let me know, hey, so-and-so raped your, was caught texting. You know, the babysitter, I came down on the babysitter. But for your sister to say that lets me know God was watching. God was watching this shit. What do y'all not understand? If God is real, he was sitting there in the rocking chair probably with some lotion. And I'm gonna be blunt. God was sitting there watching with some lotion, watching this shit go on, and did not do anything to stop my daughter from getting molested by a 16-year-old. Now my daughter got her period at the age of 10. Her cherry was busted at the age of 10. And I don't mean to say that, you know what I'm saying? Your daughter just Brittany, your daughter just sent that to me on Facebook. Because I'm bitter, it's my fault that my daughter got molested.
No.
How do you answer that?
Okay.
Hold on. How do you answer that? Because she's saying, oh, I'm bitter. No, yes, yeah, she's right. But your God, the God that you believe in, hold on, sis, let me finish. But the God that you believe in was sitting there watching in the rocking chair while my baby was getting poked by a 16-year-old. Yeah, he's in juvenile. Yes, we're pressing charges. But the fact of the matter is, how does that make me feel? Because I've been an atheist since I was 28 and I'm 37. Because is that why my daughter was raped? Because God said, oh, well, Gerard's an atheist. So we're gonna send somebody in to rape his daughter so he can come back to Christ. You see the logic in this shit? I'm going on mute. Go ahead, speak. What you gotta say? Brittany, go ahead and say what you gotta say. I'm here to listen. Do you see the logic in it though? Do you see the logic in it?
It just really threw me off. I forgot what I was even going to say because, like.
Okay, so your sis. Okay, so you know me and your sis was dating, right? So me and your sis was dating. We was getting into dating.
Stop talking.
Hold on. I'm just saying. All right, bet.
Let her go real quick.
All right, bet. I'm gonna go on mute. I'm going on mute. Bet.
Okay, so no, it's not your fault that your daughter got raped. Like that's nobody's fault. But she was just in the wrong environment. Those people that you had her around, I don't care if it was your family member or your friend, whoever it was, like, people have perverted spirits about them. So her being around there and being, you know,
But why don't God intervene? Why don't God intervene?
Why did he not? Okay, so who was around to intervene? Who
God
was
is
around
all powerful, right? God is everywhere. God supposed to be everywhere.
To intervene? Who was around to help your daughter
You
when
believe
she was crying?
that God is
Nobody
everywhere.
stopped.
You believe that God is everywhere and God is all powerful. Correct?
But who was around to help your daughter?
Do you believe that God is everywhere and God is all powerful?
I do believe that. But
Okay,
who was
so you asked me
around?
who was around. God was around. Why didn't God intervene?
Okay, so why wasn't nobody there to intervene?
Because God was supposed to intervene in your worldview, right?
So God was with her.
So why didn't
God
God
was with
intervene?
her.
Why doesn't God ever intervene when things like this happen?
Why does he not ever intervene?
Why doesn't God intervene when girls get raped? Why doesn't God just make the man? Why doesn't God use his all powerfulness to make the man not be able to get an erection every time a man attempts a rape? God could do that theoretically. Why doesn't he do
it? He can snap his fingers,
God
right?
uses people.
Cause what now? I didn't hear that.
I said God uses people.
So God
is that
doesn't do
people?
So you believe in a useless God that can't do anything without an highly intelligent ape?
Because God is not useless. I'm sorry, he's not useless.
You just said God uses people.
If he was, how come he couldn't stop? How come he couldn't stop that boy from touching that girl?
Okay,
how come he couldn't stop?
Okay, so let's get real. Let's get real, since you want to ask me that question. So I went and visited this person, and me not knowing what this person was going to do to me, I went to his job to visit him, and he raped me at his job at gunpoint. Now,
okay.
God was there with me, because it could have been worse. I could have got my head blown off if I would have screamed, if I would have yelled. It could have been worse, but in that particular moment, nobody was there to even help me. So all I had to do was keep quiet and make sure I get out safely.
So why doesn't God intervene?
Still have to ask, why didn't God stop that person from doing that? That's the question. I think
that. Go ahead.
I'm just saying that's the question. Why can't God stop? God is all powerful. He's everywhere according to the Christian beliefs. He's everywhere and in everything. Why couldn't he stop that from happening to any? There are men in prison getting raped. How come he don't stop that? How come he don't stop?
Just like the people back in the days who it's just sin. I mean, like, that's just a spirit. Like,
but baby girl, you're not answering the question though.
Why he doesn't stop that? I can't answer that, and I don't have.
Hold on, let me speak. Okay, that's cool. I'm gonna call this is Quayle, man. So I'm still a hurt father. I got a 10-year-old daughter. I got a 5-year-old daughter. She just turned 5 today. So you're telling me that because God just watches things happen, okay, let me ask you this question. This is the question that basically I proposed a question. So if that guy, that 16-year-old that's in juvenile right now, that molested my 10-year-old baby, that's my baby, my girl, my little girl. As long as he give his life to Christ, he gonna go to heaven, right? Yes or no?
God gonna forgive him.
Hold on, fam. So I'm talking to you, Britt. Hold on, fam. So if this guy gives his life to Christ, he gets to go to heaven, even though he raped my daughter on earth. As long as he say, I accept you, Lord Jesus, as my Lord and Savior. He gets to go to heaven, even though he raped my baby.
And what if his daughter
go to hell because we don't believe?
Right. His daughter becomes an atheist, but that man who raped her, who's gonna give this baby lifetime scars, lifetime. She'll never forget what happened to her. She becomes an atheist. This man says he gives his life to God, which God's gonna say, okay, you can come to heaven, but he's gonna throw. I don't even want to say it. I don't even want to say it because it's disgusting. I don't even want to say it, but I think you know what I'm saying. The baby becomes an atheist. The kid becomes a Christian. Who wins in all of this?
And you know, when I talked to my daughter today, she's into astrology now. She said, Daddy, when's your birthday? My daughter don't even know my birthday. I had to tell her my birthday. I said, baby, my birthday June 21st. She said, oh, you're a Cancer, stay away from me. My daughter told me to stay away from her because I'm a Cancer. My daughter's into astrology now. She's a Gemini, May 23rd. That's my daughter. See, my daughter went from Christianity to astrology. Now, I know my daughter's going to be an atheist. I already know she's going to be an atheist.
Yeah, especially when
because she's traumatized. I'm in Fort Worth, Texas. This thing happened in Texarkana. So I don't know if y'all know anything about Texas. So I'm in Fort Worth, Texas. My daughter got molested in Texarkana, Texas. So you can look up Raymond Baker. He's the one that molested my daughter. I don't mean to put I can put my business out. I don't give a fuck because of how I'm feeling. But Brittany, the thing is what these brothers are trying to say. So if this guy named Raymond Baker from Texarkana, Texas, raped my daughter, but if he gives himself to Christ, he gets to go to heaven, and my daughter become an astrologist. Like she like to deal with signs and stuff. She always been that way. But so if my daughter become an atheist, then she still go to.